5,000 to play. 5,000. Raise 12,000. 12,000. Small blind, please. 3,000.
King queen. Really?
We're back. The SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square.
Over a year ago, we saw this leg raising over 23 million rand and a total of 3,200 entrants.
5,000.
This year is a 12 million guarantee, which we are expecting to smash. The 5 million rand guaranteed main event is the biggest one in South Africa.
Welcome to Times Square.
Starts right now.
15,000. Check a bit. Check a bit. Check a bit. Check.
6.
Check a bit. Check a bit. 20,000. Fold. Call. 20,000. Check a bit.
That's good.
Okay.
How's it looking?
$5,000
All right.
to play.
And we are live. Welcome to day 2 of the SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square. I nearly said Grand West. Jeepers.
5,000.
We've moved on from that for sure. Gents, what a day of day 1. What a grind. What a
5,000.
session. You know, it was incredible to see the turnout.
Monster.
For the viewers out there that don't know, myself, my name is Negaro. To my left in the middle, we've got Jamie McCarthy. And at the far end, we've got Christopher Dean. And yeah, we're going to be running through you guys the proceedings for the next couple of weeks. We're looking forward to it. A new challenge for us. Jamie, talk to us about a couple of hands that happened last night that ended the day off. What a wild ride. And yeah, as a commentator, what did you see that was notable? And yeah, take us through a bit of highlights that you think is notable and chatting about.
Yeah, so last night we had quite a grueling standoff between
Raise
the
up to
top 8,
11,000.
Obviously being the stone bubble. No one wanted to burst the bubble.
11,000.
Unfortunately, we saw
No,
David
that's
Ing
not
go
so
out.
Also never
He
seen
lost 2 absolutely sick hands, one with ace king versus aces, flopped a set of kings, ace on the river, one outer, sent his stack absolutely diminishing, and another really sick one where he turned a flush against a full house
Check a bit.
on the flop. So yeah, we saw David go out in 8th,
Check a bit.
and yeah, it was quite a sick run out.
Pity about that ending, you know. especially for David, we were rooting for him being the Mauritian in the field that was left
important.
behind. You know, you obviously had a bit of a personal connection with him when we picked him up and in the
Hello?
transport on the way from the airport. And
Who is
yeah,
this?
it's been pretty good.
Shadow.
Chris, take us through some of the structures that we have for tonight, like what we see going forward, and
get hundreds
yeah,
of those
what do you
calls every
guys
day.
think? You know, what do
As
you
soon
think
as-
of the
as soon-
structure of the mega? I know we
Yeah.
spoke a lot about it yesterday,
As soon as
but
they,
what do you feel about that?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
I literally never get those things.
5,000 to play.
Lately it's been more, but I don't know, maybe because I answered the phone
It's
10
getting
times.
ridiculous. Eh?
The best is actually if you play along for it.
Oh yeah.
I think that they got it.
Just when you get to give me your details. Nigga.
Is that a code?
No, I'm big one.
Yeah, there's also day 2 kickoff, so
Raise 14,000.
Yeah, and you know, again, it's going to be a grueling week of play ahead. You know,
14,000.
we're going to have a lot of tournaments coming up. An incredible schedule ahead of us, and you know,
I don't get many.
we as commentators will give them the best way of navigating that. We'll be there every step of the way with them, and I think it's important.
Number just comes up here.
Big blind 5,000, please.
Hello.
I'll get a lot of them.
Most of the time, yeah.
I'll get a lot of them.
If you get a lot, then
Big blind 5,000.
I mean, I probably get one every 2 weeks or something.
No, I get like 4 days.
Yeah, then I would do it. I mean, if this carries on, like it's been 2 times this
5,000 to play.
Yeah, yes, this.
weekend. Both times. Hello, Tabisha or something like this.
5,000.
I'm like, what? Someone obviously got this number registered somewhere else in another person's name or something like this.
Also possible.
If you say, hello, how are you?
Yeah.
He says, oh, thanks for asking. Very good. And
Yeah, that's what I said.
Raise up to 14,000. 14,000.
You should ask them, listen, you do insurance in the UK as well.
Speak some proper English. They won't understand me.
Yeah, he's busy on that.
They think they got a wrong number. Go overseas or something.
He's busy on his computer.
Yeah.
Hanging in there. Almost.
5,000 to play.
Okay, most improved player 2023-2024.
I don't know about that.
You're always on final table, man.
5,000. 5,000.
This like this.
Raise 11,000.
Can you bring me a coffee from Vida Cafe?
King Jack.
Vida Cafe downstairs. Nee, is alright, it's niet my so lekker soos Vida's.
we need water. What are we doing? I had one. Gone again.
Where did he go now? I don't know. Oh, he's in a meeting or something. Yeah, he's on his laptop.
Maar ek het net my R20 weg te gee. Dis my tolgeld. You bring me a big cappuccino. Vida Cafe downstairs, yeah.
Vra net vir 'n water.
5,000 to play.
And still water for this friend of mine.
Raise 15,000. 15,000.
Oh wow. Look at my friend.
Fold. 10 moves. Small blind, big blind.
Nee, 100%.
Dump chips man.
Ja, het gaan vinnig. Hy
Big
sy
blind.
terugkom gaan 'n
5,000.
piltjie.
Anan.
Sy chips terugsit.
5,000 to play. 5,000. See?
I said cool.
Alright, cool.
No, I meant cool.
Check or bet.
Back again. No, he's away.
Check.
He's going.
Check or bet.
Oh shit, he's
Check.
leaving the room.
Check or bet.
He's leaving the room with his laptop.
Pair of 8. Open, please.
Yeah.
Pair of 8.
He's obviously in some important meeting. Something.
That is about 4 bit.
I've seen him do it before, but never like this. Like normally he leaves the tier and he goes to the laptop.
Small blind, big blind.
Why is that party going on in the back?
What's going on there? Why are all the lights blue? Where are you, in a nightclub?
5,000 supply. Raise up to 16,000.
Op jy het 'n kou gehad het gisterand van sê ek moet dalk al toe bring maar. Fok, kyk jy so jong daar.
Up to 16,000.
Ek weet nie eens hoe moeder gaan uit. Slaghuis doen vir oggend.
Cool.
Ik denk dat het open staat.
Ja.
Maar je ziet al.
Nee, hy het 'n seat vir
Check or bet.
die bounty dink ek. En dan vir die mega
Check.
million
Check or bet.
en dan my nie wen.
Check. Check or bet. Check. Check or bet. 16,000.
Maar die ene, manne, van op table.
Oh wow, well done.
Hij van ons weer hier doen.
Cool.
Hier is eigenlijk de weg gezien.
Nie van vir my ja.
Ik hou van die.
Check or bet.
Oké, final.
Well done boys.
Check or bet.
Oh, je wil een play jump. Je wil een play jump.
Ja, nou 17 toe.
Van daar.
17 is 3 grand. Kijk, en daarom heb ik al een couple dieselbok alweer.
35.
35,000.
Beter met de voering werk, want dan krijg je die short stack een beetje kans om te breien.
We'll actually go put the time in, watch over the stream from last night, see exactly what the guys were doing, making the moves they were making, and really, giving you the additional, or giving themselves additional little bit of insight into the day's play before, to give them a slight little edge in order for them to try and scoop the W. Yeah, so to the viewers out there, we want to give you guys a bit more of an experience watching some hands. So I'm going to hand it over to Jamie and Chris to give you some hand analytics for a little bit. And we'll catch up with you guys later and we'll have a panel discussion about one or two of the things again. So, yeah, I think if you guys want to walk us through this hand, Jamie, what have you seen so far?
Yeah, so Anand here waking up with Ace King under the gun. He puts in a pretty standard raise. I do want to mention that we had a blind rollback, so as day 2 started, we lowered the blinds. Every player is playing a little bit deeper. They have a little bit more room to play. So it's not going to be a very like shovey and flippy kind of situation here. Players do have a lot of chips now in terms of big blinds, and I think we're going to see a lot of post-flop play. Max Davison did make the call from the small blind with his ace-jack, which is quite interesting. Nothing for either player, but Anand with his ace-king is still good here.
I mean, it's going to be an interesting spot. Let's see, Max on the small blind does up to checks. Let's go check, showdown, easy game. Tables in both hands. Max sees the bad news. Yeah, I mean, Bear in mind that was a 3-bet pot, nothing too out of line there. I mean, the guys are they're probably still waking up. You know, there's a lot going on. As you can see, there's the King 7 versus King Jack.
Yeah.
Bang. Jack on the river. GG Sheldon. On we go. So that puts us down to how many players currently?
Down to 10. Yeah.
Right. So one more till the final table bubble. Then we're pushing across. Obviously, there will be a redraw and people will get their seats allocated.
Yeah.
And then the boys go to war for that trophy.
So Sheldon cashing there for 13,200, some in cash, but I think he's happy to be in the money nonetheless.
Yeah, no, for sure. Coral on the hijack, ace-9 off. Let's see what he opts to do here. Straight into the mark, over to Oki. Ace deuce of spade, or ace deuce of heart, should I say.
It's very short.
Yeah, he's got about 12.5 bigs.
Yeah. What do you think he does here? Raise fold kind of hand, or?
Yeah, he just rips the lot.
Yep.
He just rips the lots. Gets that through. Nice little raise and take there. Yeah, I mean, Oki's applying that pressure there, getting it through, knowing that
Yeah, pretty standard.
small blind, big blind are going to be calling, rather tightly. So, especially having that ace as well, blocking ace, ace X's, removing those certain combos up there. Looks like we are going to receive another player though.
Suited aces pre-flop when you're so short. Do you prefer a call or do you prefer to just rip it in there? I know offsuit you want to realize your equity a little bit more and just rip it in pre-flop. But what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, that shallow, I'm probably just jamming her.
Okay.
Really kind of defining my ranges.
Yeah.
In my own head and getting it in. And hoping for the best, I think it's a positive EV play.
Yeah.
And in this place, it definitely works.
Fair enough.
We've got Max on the hijack here. King 4 off. Sorry, he has on the cutoff. Looks like he has made it. 11,000 to come. Johan de Graaf, also a solid player in his own right. 10 deuce spades, gets up the wall. Nice little raise and take there for Max. Yeah, Max has done fantastically. Coming back from sub 20 BB last night after getting that disgusting beat to running up a 6-stack again. I think he had like 270, 280,000.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So yeah, now Max with the second biggest chip stack here on a 5-handed table. You can see he's applying a lot more pressure, opening hands like King 4 offsuit from the cutoff. It's really good. It's how he should be applying pressure. And as you can see, he's taking pots down.
Utilizing that experience he has.
Absolutely.
All right, Carl. Looks like he's on the small line, gets out the way. Oki checks. His cards and dusted into that mark.
Looked like a check, eh?
Yeah, it did. But it's all good. A little raise and take there. Not even uncontested, should I say. Right. On to the next. This is number 8 for the day. Johan to speak UTG. Gets that Queen 5 into the muck. And that gets King 4. Call 6 deuce. Yep. There we go. BBB action here. Queens for Oki.
Oh. So you think he slow plays this, limps in?
It's interesting. Different dynamic now. Blind versus blind. You just got to realize your equity here in a sense. You'll probably just go for a standard open here. Size if you go 4x, 20k. 23 gets it out the way. Goes the queens. Move on. I mean, the hands are going to go very quickly considering short-handed play. So,
yeah,
we'll get the table mics up and running for you guys shortly. Once,
for sure. So I think I prefer just a flat call there. You disguise the strength of your hands. Queen's really strong, short stack. You can hopefully big blind catches a middle pair, something like that, and you get all the money in on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can mix. It's all depending table dynamics because Max is extremely aggressive. Decisive though, again, kind of think going to win a bit smaller, even just a min click. But it's all depending. It's all situational. It works for him. He's still got chips in front of him, and I'm sitting behind a desk, so it seems to be
Yeah.
working.
Yeah.
Over
True.
to Max. Right, looks like small blind versus big blind, yeah.
Max leads out the flop and he takes it down.
Yep.
I think that was a king high flop. Not sure what hands they each had, but yeah, another pot goes Max's way.
It's on to the next we go. Max on the button. Bigger the call to speak UTG. Queen 3. Pretty sure that one's going straight back to the dealer. Okay, King 9. See what he opts to do here.
I think such short-handed, this is a pretty standard raise fold. If you do get
Yeah.
3-bet, but you want to see a flop king high from the cutoff. Short-handed.
So he makes a 50 to go. Yannick with Queen Jack clubs. 12k to call. 23 in the middle. See what he opts to do here. Makes the call. And a nine with King 10 also comes along.
Interesting. 3 ways to the flop. Monotone board. Only player holding a diamond is a nant. King high.
You know, these gentlemen opt to play this hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those where, especially opening 3x and small blind, big blind both defend. That board itself absolutely connects completely with their defending range. So it
Absolutely.
could get spicy if they opt for it.
Yeah.
6 clubs on the turn. It's going to check.
And here has most of the 4s in his range. Actually, all the 4s. He's holding a diamond. He could just decide to lead this one out.
Yeah, but he opts to check. Over to Oki. Will he take the initiative now? But he opts to check back. River, do we go? It's the 8 of spades. Giving another check mark. Your hunt could get a little stickier. What size does he go for? Looks like about 25,000. Gets rid of one customer. An unfolding king high. Best hand there. Oki follows suit.
Yeah, so well done to Johan, taking a bit of a stab there after seeing
Yeah.
weakness from both opponents, and he takes this one down.
Yeah, I mean, Johan's actually done fantastically as well in this tournament. You know, he's just grinded away, built that stack up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's almost close to, he could be over 300,000 by the looks of it, huh? 100, 200, 250, plus that 270. So about 270,000, they're close to the 300k market chip. So he's right up there as a strong contender to scoop this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at the auto turbo. Nico
There's
there.
Nico, one of our biggest stacks.
Right, Queens for Johan on the button. Got 284,000 effective. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, so waking up with such a premium hand on the button, short-handed, it's a little unfair, I think. You know, button should be opening 50% of his range. A lot of the time, you're not going to expect him to show up with queens here.
Let's see what sizing he goes for. Looks like he's got for 13,000.
Quite standard.
King Queen for Anna.
Could get interesting.
Yeah. I like to mix your balance on myself. 3-bet on 3-bet on his call, but he opts to go for 3-bet sizing. Looks like he's going at 43,000. It's 30 more for your hand to call. 182 behind after making that 43 to go. See what Johan opts to do here. Having a little glance over, seeing what's going on.
Really likes this 3-bet here. He's playing out of position. He raises up nice and big. And he obviously expects the button to be opening quite wide, punishing that. Unfortunately, he is running into the top of his range, and he's faced with a 4-bet shove here.
Yep, 4-bet jab gets
Quickly
through.
lets it go.
Nice hand, gentlemen.
Yep. Hand was played well by both players.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yep.
Can't fault it. Cannot fault
Yeah.
it at all.
Definitely.
Again, Johan just picking up those chips. That should be taking you over 300 now. Solid showing thus far. Nice shot at the other table there.
Mr. Schill from Reunion
Yep.
Islands. Just had a chat with him. He's quite a solid guy. I saw him doing a little vlog while he was walking in. He's definitely enjoying his time here.
That's great, mate. As long as he's having fun and trying to make some money doing it, huh? Nothing wrong with it at all.
The dream.
Johan gets rid of the ace on the cutoff. $10-8 on the button. 13,000 to go over Coral. King 6. Opts not to defend. Okay, Jack 7.
Standard here, he makes the call.
First 3 to come.
Oki looking for some help, very short. Pairs is 7.
Gives not the gut shot as well. See what Oki opts to do here. I'd like to see a check jam though. I mean, if you just straight rip, you're only getting called by better. So
yeah,
knowing that Anand will be like c betting majority of his range. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Big bet there.
There we
Looks
go.
like over bets to the pots. 48k, exactly the amount that Oki has behind. Putting it to the test. Opts to let it go. Well played, sir.
So at this position, so late in the tournament, when if you fold this hand, you're less than 10 big blinds. Do you think being a short stack in a situation like this, you actually don't really have much to lose, in terms of ICM? If you make a pair, you can get your money in, and you either go out in 10th or you double up.
Yeah, it's make or break spots end of the day.
Yeah.
You find it there. Back to 20 bigs, start the grind
Yeah.
again. If not, you still what's the payout for the next spot? Do you perhaps have that?
I can pull that up 1 second.
Yeah, don't you just want to give us a run through if you have all the payouts
Yeah.
there for us? So what we be getting?
Got them right here. In the meantime, Johan gonna open up King 10 suited under the gun, I assume. So payouts for first place, we've got 165,000 Rand. Second place, 102,000. Third place, 64. Fourth place, 43. Fifth, 32,000. Sixth, 26. Seventh, 23. Eighth, 21. Ninth, 17. 10th, 15. And 11 and 13, which Sheldon cashed out in position 11th. He got paid 13,000 as a min cash.
Yeah, that's actually pretty sick for AK.
Yeah,
164.
yeah, absolutely.
Got a bit of
Turning
a
8K into 160.
See, I'm at a 12. Oki opted just a flat that ace jack on a small blind. Max has come along now. Let's go 3 to the flop. Max speak first.
Oh, Oki pairs his ace and Johan connects with his king.
Just open rips.
That's very strong, I think. Even with the king here as Johan, not sure he's loving it. Ripping it in for only 7 big blinds though, very short. Yeah, and he lets it go, rightfully so. So Oki gonna take this one down. He's gonna chip up nicely after that 3-way pot.
Yeah, interesting. 2 ways. He rips. King 10 probably calls considering sub 10 BBs. But yeah, it worked out for him at the end of the day. On to the next we go. Green 10 for Carl. See me ups to do here. It's also pretty short. 12 bigs.
Actually, that he's on 80,000, so a little bit more. He's on
Yeah, sorry.
16 bigs.
16,
Yeah.
16 bigs. Still sub 20. Goes for 12,000, gets through.
Nice. So off to the next hand here. Looks like it folded around to Oki in the cutoff. Looks like he's considering raising this one up. And he does. Puts in 15,000.
15k to go. Max gets out the way. Johan on the small blind.
Ace, ace, king, flop, 2 clubs. Definitely favors Oki's opening range. Opening quite tight, quite short. Checks all the way
Deuce
around.
clubs in the turn. Let's see what this brings up. Johan looks pondering something there. Opts to check. Looks like Oki's put out 20,000 there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, perhaps a delayed c-bet, if you will. Johan's out the way.
8 of spades on the turn. Check. What is Oki up to do here? Checks
Check,
back.
check.
And he shows ace king by the looks of it. And he
King
suits.
jack?
Is it king jack?
I think so.
We're waiting for the visuals to come back up.
2 paint cards, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to make do with what we have right now. And another nice pot goes Oki's way. Navigating his short stack quite nicely, chipping up wherever he can.
Nice little shot on the other table there.
There we go. We got our graphics back. Folds round to Johan.
Pocket fours on the button. Sends that into the muck.
You think pocket fours is worth an open there in position?
Yeah, you mix. I mean, it's depending. It's
Yeah.
Type dynamics are like there's a lot of short stacks as well behind. I'm Connell. As I said, sub 20.
Yeah.
Threw up, put him in a tough spot.
Fair
so
enough.
yeah, I mean, rather avoid it when you can.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to send it. You never know what the thought process is there. Or unless maybe the RFID reader got it wrong. All right, Max gets that Queen Jack fold, and unfortunately he's not there. And now he's back. Johan folds. Over to Oki. King 5 for Oki. Oh, sorry, 7-6 for Oki. Jack, deuce, deuce, rainbow.
Max hitting top pair here. Gonna put in the C bet. Very, very small little C bet. Gets it through. Nothing much for Oki to defend with. And another nice pot for Max. All right, off to the next hand we go. Action on Johan, under the gun. Looks like he's got something here he wants to open up with.
Yeah, what does he go for there? Looks like
It's
18.
13?
13?
Yeah.
Can't see if there's a purple chip there. Purple chip for 5,000.
Yeah. 2 purples, 3 pinks. Looks
Okay.
like 13 to me. And he gets that one through. Four-handed this hand. And then gets auto-folded. He left the table. Presumably on a bathroom break. Queen 10 here for Oki in position. He's gonna raise this one up. Looks like 13,000. Action on Max. 9-8 from the small blind. Not worth the call. 4 deuce suited for Johan on the big blind. He lets it go. I think being so deep with 2 suited cards might be worth seeing a flop there.
Sorry about that, bud. So let's go get some info around how things are going to work this side. So basically what's going to happen now, we're going to play down to the final table. As you see, we still got 2 tables running. What's going to happen is then as soon as we lose one more player, the players will go on a short break. So will we, in order for them to redraw for final table, get everything ready. And we should be back within the next 15, 20 minutes after we lose that next player. But back to the action, Max. On the cutoff, bangs it open. So it looks like he's on the button. Easy little raise and take.
Yep.
We still short-handed inside 5 on that end. Right, so Johan's on the button. See what happens at Max King 5. Actually, no, he's opened up +1. Well, under the gun, sorry. Max folds. Bottle. 3 deuce. Dirty diaper's no good in this spot.
No.
So the next hand we go. Carl small blind, Oki on the big, Max UTG. Off we go.
Call with Jack 4 in the small blind. He makes the call. And Oki's going to check it back. Off to a flop we go.
King, Queen, 5, rainbow.
Check,
10 to
check.
7 of spades. River, the 8.
Oki finding a pair here. Action goes check, check. And he's going to win this one.
Yeah, very passive BVB style of things.
Yeah.
Interesting dynamic, it could be made, no, I wouldn't say soft playing each other, but that's an interesting dynamic. I mean, I'd just be going at it, but who knows what's going on there?
Yeah.
I mean, they're so close to that bubble, the final table bubble. You don't want to risk anything too crazy at the moment, so you never know what the dynamic may be. But on to the next hand, the undergun Queen 10. Definitely think he'll be opening here. But I'm not being there. It's probably going to go on the cards here. There we go. So, game on. It's like 21,000 by the looks of it. 16,000. Can't see that. Oki 6-4. So, Mr. Devinson, A6 of spades. Comes along. All right. See what this flop brings. Could be interesting. 9 deuce 5. Rainbow board. Max to speak first. Over to Jan.
Generally not a board that I think he'll be c-betting on.
Yeah, I think Max is probably going to bet out, considering he might have the best hand. He thinks himself might have the best hand. But you never know. Max is miles ahead of where I am. Does he play check call here?
Yeah, so if you max, I think in your head you think your ace high could be good a certain percent of the time. It's a paired board, so
yeah, pot control coming into full effect here. Over to Max again. Checks Johan. After go check flop, betting turn, getting bet called. What size do you go on the river? So if you opt for it to really put Max in the blend here. Looks like he's reaching. 35. 35. Just over half pots.
No, yeah, this is quite a tough spot to be in if you max, I think.
Yeah. See what Max can pull out here. In the tank, thinking about it, trying to work out the hand. Check flop. Check bet call. Check 35k. Max Devison reaching for the chips. Hasn't put them in yet. Trying to get some information out of behind.
Yeah, he's really trying to suss him out here, reaching for chips, checking him out.
Is he going to flick it in? Still glancing over. Hasn't yet made his mind up.
Johan remaining calm under pressure. Turning his hand into a bluff.
Devison makes the call. Sick call. He'll see the great news. Shows it with confidence. Max Devison picks up 102,000 chip pot. Adding to, it's already 6 stack.
Well done, Max.
Great hand that.
Running hot, playing really well.
Yeah, thinking about
and
it.
I think a call like that is what separates really good players from the rest of them, you know.
So it looks like, I could be mistaken, that we've just been given some table cards there. And it looks like we have our final table, ladies and gentlemen. Right, with that being said, they're going to get everything sorted with the final table redraw and the chip placements and so on and so forth. But we'll be back with you guys shortly. Have a good one. Chat soon.
Day one of the SunBet Poker Tour wrapped up with 2 events, 3 tournaments, and a satellite all in one.
We had a day 1 A and B get to a total of 78 entries, with day 1A played down to 7 and 1B down to 4.
We had a great mix of players, both local, international pros, and non-pros with some familiar faces.
Laughs were shared, bad beats were had, so much so that we saw Nico Vickers eliminate 2 players with a 1-outer on a river.
Satellite saw 2 players win a seat to the value of over 30k. We also saw the return of the PLO5 with Mark Joseph, which was received with open arms.
Guys, do you have another leg?
There we go. Yep.
Yeah, and we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Everyone's just getting settled up here. So this is the final table of the Welcome to Pretoria event. It was a grueling day yesterday, 2 legs,
Yep.
and we've got the final 9. Jamie, would you be so kind, sir, as to send us that info in regards to who's sitting where and what kind of chip stacks they're starting with?
Absolutely. So yesterday we had 52 unique entries, and right now we're down to our final 9, our final table. On seat 1, we have Nico Vichers sitting with 72 big blinds. Seat 2, we have Jacobus Denischen with 45 big blinds. Giovanni Kluter sitting on seat 3, 55 big blinds. Manesh Keshav, 40 big blinds on seat 4. In seat 5, we have Karel Sneeman, short stack of the table with 13 big blinds. On seat 6, we have Anand Kumar with 28 big blinds. Seat 7, Johan de Graaf, 45 big blinds. Seat 8, Oki Fourie, 30 big blinds. And seat 9, Max Devison, sitting with 65 big blinds. Players are battling it out for quite a decent prize pool and a first place prize of 165,000 Rand.
Sick, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go. Action straight into it. Let's see how things turn up. 165k on the top. Who's going to scoop it? Who's your money on you, buddy?
I got to go with Max. I think he's been playing quite on form, especially as of late, and he's definitely a force to be reckoned with on this final table.
100%. Manesh, under the gun +1, ace 10 of spades. Starting the handoff with 200,000. We're still on 3,000, 5,000, 5,000 ante. Makes it 12,000 to go. Oki gets out the way with that 5 deuce. Over to Max. 4 deuce on the button. Sends it back into the muck. Nico, Queen 7. Good old computer hand. Jacobus, Jack 5. I mean, Jacobus has he's made quite a solid impact.
Yeah, it's a bit
thus
of
far,
a wild card. Yeah, definitely rooting for him. One of the Cape Town gents. He's been performing really well recently, and he's on form.
That's great, man. It should be interesting. This table is going to be, it's going to be hectic. There's a lot of good poker minds here, and everyone's going to try and outwit each other to scoop that top in 162k. Well, that's not too bad for a day, 2 days work.
For 8 play. Absolutely.
Nothing wrong at all. Right, on to the next hand. Manesh, King Deuce, UTG. If we go Cardinal. On the shorter side, see what he opts for, gets away from it. None. Jacks for Oki on the hijack.
Oki chipped up quite nicely from being around 12.5 big blinds earlier. He's up to 30 big blinds here. Jacks from the hijack, he's definitely going to look to open up this pot here. He does. He puts in a raise of 15,000. Max folds his 6-5 off. Nico wakes up with a dirty diaper on the button, 3 deuce off, he lets it go. 8-5 for Giovanni in his big blind. Let's see if he decides to defend this.
15k more for him to call.
Quite a big raise from Oki, going for a 4x sizing here with his jacks.
See, Giovanni's been quite sticky. He does not like to fold his blinds, fighting for every pot. Let's see what he does. I think he might let this one go, though. The 2-gapper, not the greatest there for him.
Yeah. So Oki's going to take this one down. He's going to chip up quite nicely.
Oki's been fighting, yeah?
Yeah.
On the shorter side, sub 20 BBs. And, he's got quite a bit there now.
Yeah, he's above 30 big blinds now. He's been doing quite well. Almost tripling his stack from just a couple minutes ago or an hour ago.
Yeah, he's also going to be a very strong contender on this final table.
Certainly.
All right, on to the next. Cardinal UTG. 10-6 is going into the muck. You're on the half pocket 4s +2. We saw him fold 4s on the button earlier. Let's see what he does here. Looks like he's going to be playing those cards. The card protector's down.
Interesting.
Shuffling's going. Reaching for some chips. And he makes 16,000 to go. Hockey out the way there. Max is definitely coming along here. The question is 3-bet or call in position. Jamie, give us your thoughts here, mate.
Yeah, so I think he could go for either option here. I think it's down to his personal choice and also how Johan has been playing. Let's see what he does. Looks like he's cutting out some raising chips.
Looks about 33k. 38k. Cobus gets the deuces out the way. King 10 for Giovanni. I mean, facing a open and a 3-bet, I think he's definitely going to be getting rid of this
Yeah.
10 clubs on the small blind. But who knows?
Yeah, it's a pretty hand. It's a fun hand to play. 40% of a royal flush, you know, as some might say. But given the pre-flop action, it's just not worth it.
Out of the way it goes. Back over to the initial racer, yeah. 22k to call, 62 in the middle. Ops 4, throwing it back into the muck. Max picking up a nice little pot there.
Yeah, pretty standard pot, pretty standard pre-flop action. I like the 3-bet from Max. He's turning up the aggression, putting on the pressure on these players, and he takes down a decent pot. I think he's in contention for the chip lead right now, along with Nico.
Yeah. We haven't had as much, should I say, intensity in regards to hands as yesterday's day one A and B was. But
yeah,
you know, there's still so much to go in regards to cards wise. And you know, anything could happen.
Yeah, for sure. Especially since the blinds got rolled back a little bit. Everyone's playing a lot more deeper. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these players navigate a final table with more than 40, 50 big blinds.
Max in middle here with pocket 8s. Looks like he's made 11k to go. Nico 9-10 of hearts in the hijack. I definitely think he can defend this year.
Yeah, I think he can flat call, see a flop, play in position to Max.
But I think he looks like he's reaching for some racing chips there, which he has. Pocket 10s for your course. Open to 11, raise to 26. See what he does here.
He's quite a wild card. I'm excited to see what he does. I think he'll find the right decision here. He makes the call.
6 for Cardinal.
And that is certainly defendable, even given the 3-bet action. What do you think, Chris? Maybe not.
Not necessarily off his size. If his stack
Oh,
size
yeah.
left. I mean,
Sorry, my bad.
He
is
he's
the
got
short stack.
10 BBs
Yeah.
here. So let's see. Max with a bit of a decision here. I think that cold call now coming out of the cutoff is there's a couple of alarm bells ringing.
Yeah, certainly.
But to the flop we go. Curvis in position here.
And a heavy equity favorite to win this hand.
It looked like he clicked back. Sorry, the GFX might be wrong here. So that's looks like he made it 55,000, which he did. So it was open 3-bet, 4-bets, all by Max, and a call by Nico, being a severe dog here. That
and he
is
flops
a
the open ender.
Flop. Let's see how he opts to play this year. Corb's looking at those chips. Does he check back from pot control? Let's see what he does. He opts to go for the size of 60,000. So I'm a 3/4 pot bet.
Yeah, I really like this bet from him. It's quite brave, considering he's sitting with only third pair now, 2 overcards on the flop to his pair of 10s.
Okay, the tank there. Thinking, how do we go about navigating the spot?
Yeah, I think a check call is more than reasonable here. It is quite a big bet from Jacobus, like you said, about 2/3 pot.
Gets away from it. That's very interesting. Great spot there.
Well done to Jacobus. How do you feel about leading that flop there?
Yeah, I mean, he's range betting completely, but at the end of the day, if Nico does opt to come back over the top with that draw,
Yeah,
he's in a world of hurt. Which I think he does end up finding the fold there, but it worked out in his favor this time. So
yeah,
let us see if anything like that's going to happen in this one.
yeah, because I think Nico does definitely have a lot of Queen X and Jack X in his 3-bet calling range there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's very narrow though.
Okay.
I think we're more on the connector side, middling pairs.
Okay.
No, that's just my opinion about that.
Yeah.
But over to Max. I think he's made a 13k to go. Look out the way Yakuba's action on him.
So Giovanni in the tank there for a bit. Looks like he did let his hand go.
Final folds of Zanant. On the big blind. Looks like he's made the call. 3 to come.
10 deuce 8, 2 hearts on the flop. And then checks it over to Max. Max putting in the C-bet.
The call. To the turn brings another 8. 2 hearts, 2 clubs.
Quite an interesting turn, eh, Chris?
Very much so. Changes the dynamics completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, not up to navigate this. Looks like he's got about 100,000 behind. He's gone check.
I believe that is a 6 on the river.
Yeah, it could be 6 of spades.
And then checks it over to Max.
And Max just sends the lot.
36,000.
Putting max pressure, yeah. Looks like he's got a bit of a decision to make.
And Nant is in the tank here. Unfortunately, we don't know what hands these guys have, but Max is going to get that through.
Another big pot going to Max there. Every chip helps at the end of the day.
Yeah. And Max is certainly our chip leader at the moment. So action over to Oki under the gun with a 7.
Max tossing 8-4 is the mark.
King 10 here for Nico. Gonna let that one go.
Cobus. Middle. King 7. Could get a bit tricky inside it open. I mean, I don't mind it.
Raise to 18.
6 here for Giovanni.
Natural 9. Natural 9. Winning.
Gonna open up here. That looks like 12k. And Giovanni's gonna get that one through. Raise and take.
Six thousand. Six.
All right, on to the next. A6 for Max. Currently chip leader of the table. Let someone go, falls over to Nico. 5 deuce suited. Under the gun +1. Folds that. All right, so here we have jacks for Jacobus. Under the gun +2. Pretty decent stack. Standard open here. Looks like he's going for a sizing of 18. Queen 4 for Giovanni. Into the muck. Ace 5 for Manesh. Can't call off with that. Carl folds. On to Oki with the big blinds. 7 deuce. Folds it round, and Jacobus gets that one through. So Nico sitting here with a really, really big stack. Him and Max are first and second in chips. So here we have A7 suited for Nico under the gun. Gonna raise this one up. 12,000. Standard 2 big blind raise. Back-to-back jacks here for Jacobus. Apologies, that was a little graphics error there. Jacobus let his hand go. Just a little RFID malfunction. 5s here for Giovanni. Let's see if he wants to tango with the big stack. And the answer to that is a no. Ace 4 for Manesh. Lets it go. Folds around to Oki in the small blind with ace queen off suit. Oki sitting with about 13 big blinds here. It's going to make the call. Same play from earlier. He also had, I think, ace jack from the small blind. He opted to call. He hit the ace and he took down a decent pot. Max definitely has the odds here to defend his big blind. 7-6 off suit. And we're off to a flop 3 ways. King 6-3. Max pairs is 6. Max being equity dog here finds a 6 and he's definitely in the lead on this flop. Oki leads it out. Sizing of 20,000. He's got 44,000 behind. Probably looking to get all the money in on the turn. Backdoor clubs here for Nico and overcard being the ace.
Sorry, Jamie, about that. What did I miss, my good man?
Yeah, welcome back. So Oki flat called here from the small blind with ace queen. Let out the king high flop and it falls around to him and he takes another pot down.
Or keep really stamping his authority on the table, huh?
Yeah. Up to 100,000 chips for Oki, chipping up very nicely. So off to the next hand we go. Queen 9 suited for Jacobus under the gun.
Giovanni, 8-5, undergun +1.
82.
He's been awfully quiet today.
82.
Yeah, he hasn't been finding really any decent spots to take. He's picking his spots quite carefully. Can't blame him for it.
82.
Yeah,
Carl,
Okay.
76, sorry. He's got 10
Yeah.
bigs now on the dot. He's got to start finding spots soon.
Yeah.
Oh, John, look off. 6-5 of clubs on the cutoff. Definitely think we'll find an open, yeah? 15,000. Hockey. And the dealer gets out the way. Looks like Max has folded the small blind 2. Over to the big. Nico gets rid of that queen 8 off. Nice little raise and take there. Yeah, it's been quite an interesting dynamic on the table. There's a lot of active guys and a lot of guys that are just kind of sitting tight. I don't know whether it's from the laddering purposes or if they're just completely card dead, or you know they're just picking their spots. You know that age-old scene in Rounders with Matt Damon playing Johnny Tang. You know, just waiting.
Yeah.
You never know what's going through these guys' minds, but it's entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, so I think it's definitely a combination of all three. You know, some of these guys are definitely card dead. Poker is a game where you have to pick your spots very carefully, and you unfortunately you need the tools to do so. So when you're not picking up hands, especially for Carl here, really short stack, but he's just not really getting anything he can do with that.
I think this might be the one.
Yeah, as I say that, he wakes up with ace 10 under the gun +2. Let's see what he does here with 10 big blinds.
Looks like he's made a 20k to go. Sorry, 12,000. Max getting out the way.
9 deuce suited for Nico from the small blind. Gonna let that go.
Corbus.
Same hand but suited in the big blind. Definitely worth the defend. You think he might raise and put max pressure here on Carl?
45,000.
See what he does, yeah. Always very methodical, taking his time. Eyeing the stack out. Looks like he's just called. All right. Ace 10 v ace 10. Slight advantage going to the ace 10 of diamonds here. 10 5 8.
So both players here make top kicker.
All in
Yeah.
and a call.
And
Slight advantage now going to Carl with that 8. Or there's a 10 of hearts in his hand. They're going to see the news. 10. Does bring a sweat.
oh, okay.
One to come. Fades the hearts and we chop it up.
Forward.
Always a sweat, eh, Chris?
Yeah. It's never an easy game.
Big blind, 8,000.
So yeah, Jamie, today we, as you said, we got the Mega Millions. We got the Mega Millions starting tonight at 8 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. That's day 1A. And I definitely think we are going to see a sick turnout.
Absolutely.
It's a structure favoured by most, considering we're starting with 300,000, blind starting at 511, 300 bigs deep. it's going to be hectic, I tell
Yeah,
you.
it's an exciting format. I think we're going to have a range of players ranging from regulars, recreationals, and a decent amount of pros amongst the field.
100%, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have actually won their seat through this, through
Oh, wow.
satellites as well. So that's great value for money, just spinning it up, trying to scoop a milli.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting to call that action there. So with that, it's going to be they're going to play 5 levels. Day 1 will end. Then we come back for another 4 levels. Then we'll have a dinner break the following day, and then late reg will end at 5:30, which would be on the Saturday or the Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Huh?
Yeah, I think so. Tomorrow?
Yeah,
Yeah.
tomorrow. So yeah,
Tomorrow's Friday.
guys are keen to have a spin, pop in. There should be some satellites running for this event as well. We'll have all that information for you as soon as we get it. But in the meantime, come have a look, come have a chat, come say hi. We'd love to hear from you if you want to jump in the booth with us. We're always willing to get someone else's opinion in here. Talk some nonsense and have some fun. But back to the action, yeah?
Oh, you got something. I thought you were getting tired of getting nothing. You're going to steal.
I was getting nothing all along.
It's a worst time.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think Anant might have raised ace-4 of hearts, and he's going to get this one through. Ace-4 of hearts is actually my favorite hand, down to the suit. So yeah, quite happy to see that one get through.
That's the raise and take there.
Yeah. Talk about favorite hands, Chris. What is yours?
Anyone I can win your money with.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Sometimes, the cards don't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not a necessity, but if you can outwit your opponents, I don't really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's one of those spots. But yeah, no, it's good fun. Ace-8 under the gun for Carl. 61,500 behind. 10.5 bigs. See what he does. Interesting. Folds it there. Jack-8 and +1. Let that bad boy go. The unfolding suit. Over to Oki. 7 deuce. The Velvet Hammer. Max. Mika folds. Aquibus gets out the way. All right, to the blinds. Giovanni patiently waiting. He picks up jacks.
That was my card, 82.
See how he opts to play this year.
Just give me the card.
Raises up over the mesh. 10-3 of diamonds.
Blind B v blind action. Do you think this is worth the call?
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, defending it to a mud click.
Yeah, any two suited cards really are defendable in a two-way pot.
Ace, Queen, 9, Rainbow.
Nothing for either player.
But
Yeah.
Giovanni navigates this, and maybe Manesh decides to get a little tricky.
Yeah, I think he's putting in a small bet here with third pair, trying to see where he stands.
11,000 to go. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those spots where if Manesh wants to kind of float one, try and see, kind of pick up some equity, it could get very interesting. Or he could just opt to raise here. But he opts for the latter, sends it into the muck.
How interesting would a Jack of Diamonds been on the turn there?
Yeah, I know. Would it be problematic?
So Giovanni's going to get this one through.
All in.
Looks like we're having a little bit of a reshuffle here, redeal.
While we're busy waiting there, let's just run you through what's still to come for the rest of the series. Alrighty, so like we said today we've got Mega Millions starting at 7 p.m. and then the first, well, we've got a main event, Mega Satellite, on Friday at 7 p.m. Guaranteed 20 seats.
Wow.
Which is going to be pretty sick.
Yeah, that's huge.
And then come Saturday, 2nd of March, Super Stack, day 1. 10,000 for 100,000 chips. 119 levels, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a nice little like filler tournament.
Yeah, 90. First level's 90 minutes, second level, we're paying 30 minutes from there. Then we kick into the Businessman Invitational, day 1, which starts at 7. Club Champs always a big favorite, starting at 12 o'clock on the Sunday. And then we've also got the Bounty series starting at 5 p.m. on the Sunday, going into day 2. So there's quite a bit of poker still to be played this week.
Yeah, absolutely. So Max is opening up here with a suited ace, ace-9. Folds down to Carl, 6-4, and he just lets that one go. Max takes this one down.
Quite a slow start to the table thus far. We haven't had any eliminations as of yet.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of stacks dwindling out there. Live support. We saw that.
Carl being very short.
Very much so. We saw Cobus with those 10s opting to 4-bet, getting that through, and c-betting that Queen Jack export, which really got it done for him. Yeah, and then obviously chopping with Carl. On that 10 high board. So yeah, let's see what's happening. Devison with Jack 9 under the gun +2. Folds that bad boy. Nico 8 deuce. I think he'll lift that one into the mark. Quibus, Jack deuce. Giovanni 10-7. Been very quiet besides picking up those jacks. Having a look-see. Carl big on the small blind there. He has some money invested. He should be about sub 10 bigs at the moment. It's the way to Manish on the button. All right, Carl. The lot goes in.
Oh, there we go. Pocket 2s.
Deuces. And he gets it through.
Yeah, shoving about 8.5 big blinds. Gets it through and he chips up a little bit.
Right, back to the action. Oki under the gun. First to speak. So Jack 9-0.
Small blind.
Don't overthink it. It's also all in again.
King 8 suited here for Nick under the gun +2. Puts in the raise.
Yep, let's see what sizing he goes for. 13,000.
8,000
Giovanni. Showing that discipline, getting those cards into the muck. We have 7 deuce. Queens for Carl. 52,500 behind.
Yeah. Sitting with 8
Sub
big blinds.
10.
Yeah.
Puts the lots in. Gets it through. Pass it on. Johan gets it done.
17,000.
Right, so it's 39.5 over to Nico, who folds.
So
Right,
that's
nice
back-to-back
scoop there.
shoves for Carl, and he scoops both.
Yep. See if you can find the ultimate comeback from 10 bigs.
Yeah. Scooping up some big blinds, but I think now he does need to find the double up. Buying his time, a couple more orbits, and hopefully he can find the double.
My investor friend, you can smile sometimes on the table. It's okay, it's allowed.
So actions folds around to Jakubus with ace-9 suited under the gun +2. Puts in the raise to 15,000. Giovanni folds. Carl lets his queen-6 go. 8's for a nunt here. This could get quite interesting.
8,000. 8,000.
Well, just over 20 bigs. Looks like he's just made the call. Over to Oki. Ace Jack for Oki. Does he find the squeeze here? It's a solid rip.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a squeeze here is probably the best play you can go for. He most likely is going to go for the call here. He's been calling off with his ace queens twice already today. I think he likes to just see a flop with these big cards and try to connect and then get his money in when he knows it's good.
Yeah, you see on the other side of the spectrum as well, you look at it, if he does jam, he increases his stack by 33%.
Yeah, that's definitely...
So it's a litigating factor here,
Yeah.
but like you said, he does call, board comes ace deuce 3.
There we go.
This should be interesting. Corbis and Oki finding some of that.
Yeah, Oki got about 2 pots behind, sitting with 85,000, pot is 48. His hand is good here with top pair, strongest kicker.
Yeah, how you opts to play this.
Thinking to himself how he can get maximum value here.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, he just has under 2 pots behind. It looks like he's going to lead out here.
Could be trouble for Jakubus.
8,000.
32,000 is the bet. 80 in the middle. He went for a big size.
8,000.
Yeah.
Let's see how Jakubus navigates this.
70.
Putting up the chips there.
70.
Yeah, so Jakubus looking a little bit sick about this one. Getting led into on the ace-high board. He's seen Oki call off from the small blind twice already with ace-queen and doing the same thing, so...
Like he's just made the
he
call.
makes the call.
So I think this decision's been made for him.
Yeah.
All right, to the turn.
Jakubus drawing very thin, 3 outs, one of which is dead.
Wow, that's an interesting card, you know. But okay, I think he's just going to absolutely send the lot here.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
about half a pet. Could be Jakubus' saving grace, this check. Along with the flush completing queen.
Big bet.
Slides it in.
50,000.
Yeah, essentially putting Oki all in.
Yeah, he went for half size there. Over to Oki now. See what he works out. See if he can work this one out.
I think he finds a call here, hey?
Yeah, it's not the easiest spot, especially if your opponent just like lats you in position there. There's just so many things that could be happening.
Fair enough.
Oki taking his time.
Could be worried about the flush draw.
Yeah.
Always comes through. Always comes through.
And he gets it through. Well played, sir. Maximum pressure now.
Yeah.
What's that taking Oki down to above 4? No, yeah, under sub 10 bigs.
Yeah. About 8.5 big blinds. So Oki is now the shortest stack at the table, followed by Carl. Jakubus chipping up nicely above.
Yeah, adding maximum pressure.
300k now.
Ace Jack is like ace leg.
Not for you. When you're playing with me, that's like you think that's...
But yeah, Jakubus has been picking his spots and playing them well, and it's working out really, really good for him.
I think ace 5, ace 4 suited is better than ace jack.
So the next one, Nico, UTG Jack 7-0. 10 dues for your Corvus.
Max, there's a toilet this side, eh? There's a toilet outside, yeah.
Max likes that one.
A6.
Seeing that thing wet, but then the smell.
Raise.
Vamos.
60.
Come on, king.
60,000.
Model should be tossing that 7-4. It's a mark.
Folds around. Let's see some blind v blind action.
Yes, 60.
Going to throw off. Out the way there. Okay, 10-5. Easy game for Max.
Yeah, he gets a walk. Must be nice being a chip leader, getting a walk. Top 9. Quite comfortable for Max.
Shows ace king there as well.
Oh, wow.
You can give the one stack of purples in front one. See, that's too much. Can't handle it. Yeah.
Eight.
So 6-3 off under the gun. Folds around to Giovanni, ace-4 suited. I think he's going to fancy open over here.
21.
Looks like he's just flattered.
Interesting.
10-7.
Yeah.
21.
Fold around to Johan with 4-3 suited from the cutoff.
Call. 21.
You don't go through the motions as he does.
Yeah, he likes playing
Looks
these
like he's
suited
reaching some
connector type
trips.
hands.
Twenty-one.
21 to go. Oki's out the way over to Mr. Dempson. Got ace 10.
Oh. Puts in the call. Jacks for Nico.
Jacks. Doesn't waste any time. He just snap, puts those chips in.
Yeah.
Check a bed.
Predetermined his decision already.
Wendy.
Giovanni up the way.
Right, off to a flop we go. This could be quite an action-packed hand. Let's have a look. Queen 6-3. Johan pairs his 3. He's got some backdoor hearts.
Small blind.
Jack's still in the lead here.
Right, we're just trying to work out exactly what sizing, or if there is a bet size by the looks of it. Well, Jan, let's get a different angle.
Yeah, so against two opponents on a queen high board and you holding a pair of jacks. Chris, how are you going to navigate that?
Cautiously, should I say.
Yeah.
You know, I would... Yeah, I mean, I suppose Johan is 3-betting, or 3-betting his entire range there.
Yeah.
Considering. Yeah, again, I'd like probably just to 3-bet the jacks, take a bit of time trying to figure out exactly kind of bucket ranges, work out what my opponents are opening with impositions, you know, or in position. They would have a balance of absolute trash and, you know, some top good stuff. So, again, mixing 3-bets and just cold calling overall, that's the line and approach I would take for it.
Cool.
So, yeah, we'd have to see what is going on down the line. I mean, again, folks, this is just my opinion. Everybody's got a different style, the way they go about it.
Raise 16,000.
So anyways, Johan c-bet his range there and he took that one down. Got the jacks to fold. action on Max on the button. 6 deuce off. Into the muck it goes. Ace
Nico,
10.
ace 10. Yeah, it's from small blinds. Corbus having a little glance over, eyeing patiently, waiting for the action. 7 deuce.
No, thank you.
Goes
Yeah.
it.
Situations like that, I think it's all right to flip over the 7 deuce and show him, hey, I'm willing to defend some hands, but you know, if you catch me at the absolute bottom of my range, I'm not going to come along.
Right, on to the next. Nico will be on the button.
17,000.
Finish up the wire, Carl.
17.
Still very short. Sends it back into the muck. Johan joins. Oki 9-4. Right, Max opting to open up the pot here.
You call the clock bad.
Through. Giovanni, King 5.
This one is nice. Queen of hearts. And then the second one.
Dealer. The only dealer without a
Gets it through.
What do you say?
talking to a friend on the phone.
You wanna talk to me, and
Yeah.
let's talk. 8,000. 8,000.
So Chris looks down. Looks like we down to some heads up on the PLO table over there.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
Mark Joseph
Joe Solomon's heads
sitting
up.
with a massive stack.
Yeah, Solomon's also got something there.
Oh yeah, I see it towering over there.
That's it's going to be quite interesting, that heads up, huh?
Yeah.
I'll try and bring you the line or the side action on that. Try to bring you the side action on that as soon as we can. But now, meanwhile, we're back to the action here on the table.
King 10 suited for Oki. Desperately short. He's got about 8 big blinds left. He's going to raise this up. Queen Jack for Nico. Lets it go. Your Corbus folds. King Jack suited in the small blind for Giovanni. This could get quite interesting.
Check a bed.
Eyeing out Oki's stack. And respectfully folds his suited king there. Ace deuce for Manesh. Weakest ace of them all. Oki gets a lot of respect for his open there, and he's going to take that one down.
Sit open.
All right, so ace queen here under the gun for Anand. It's got about 20 big blinds, and he's just going to rip it in. King queen suited for Oki. He could find himself in a heap of trouble here. Sitting on only 10 big blinds. facing an under the gun open jam for 20 big blinds. Quite a tough decision, actually.
Yeah, same result. No one fall.
You know, against that under the gun range, his king and his queen can very easily be dominated by hands such as ace queen, ace king, aces. In the blender. Reaching for his time banks. It's a big decision. His tournament life is at stake. Tosses in 3 time banks, going to get an extra minute and a half to think. And he lets that one go. Rightfully so. And someone would have to wake up with a really premium hand here to be able to call off this 20 big blind shove.
You won't believe what the hands are. You won't believe what the hands are. It's your favorite hand. Your favorite hand.
Giovanni lets that one go. Ace 4 for Manesh.
And you know, in pockets both other times as well. Fives and fours.
Folds that, and Carl lets go of his hand as well. So not going to take that one down. 2.5 big blinds added to his stack. Quite an aggressive shove, I think, under the gun there. All right, so a couple of 5s here for Johan under the gun. Sitting on quite a big stack.
And queens. What did you see on this? The fucking machine didn't work. You used to something else. Did you see something?
Opens this one up, looks like 20,000.
Another 4,000.
Max with ace king suited here, under the gun +2. Checking Johan out.
Check or bet.
So he's cutting out some raising chips. He puts in the 3-bet to 45k.
Check or bet.
Jack 10 suited for Giovanni in the cutoff. And I think facing an under the gun raise and a under the gun +2 3-bet. Jack 10, unfortunately, is not good to call off here. Folds around. And Nand lets it go from his big blind. Queen Jack off. Action to Johan with his 5s. He let it.
See, you don't even believe me. So what's the point in even telling me? You give me the look like you don't believe me.
No, why did that conflict get full of moves?
Swap line.
Yeah, and Jan's going to let this one go. Out of position with a small pair. At best, you're flipping, and worst case scenario, Max is 3-betting you with a bigger pair, and you're a massive underdog.
Long time ago. It's never happened.
Swap line.
Only in Poland. Only in Poland.
It really took effect when you hit that guy with the ace king and you had ace and he said
The guy said I'm also going 40 top.
8,000.
That's cruel.
I was.
he thought he had
No, it was because he set up, he got ace king. I raise, he raise, I just call. King 5. He bet, I call. Turn, check, river ace.
10.
You know, just an average day. Average day in the life of poker.
Average day in the life of
Ace 2 here for Nico. Into the muck.
Raise 17,000.
Looked like Jacobus folded his hand there. 8-5 for Giovanni. Taking out the shorter stacks to his left. Bit of posturing, he's going to fold that one. Aces for Manesh here.
But he tried to you know, suck me in. I mean, obviously he got the best hand always.
Puts in the raise.
And then literally the next hand, he make a flush and someone had 4 out. You had 4 outs, right? Yeah, 7-7 was Jack 7. He wasn't actually. He actually had 2 straight flush draw outs.
17,000.
He had Queen 9 of hearts and it was Jack 10, 2 hearts. Jack 7 with the Jack 10 of hearts.
So action falls around, and unfortunately for Manesh, he doesn't get any action with his aces. Shaking his cards a little frustratingly, tosses them back. Either way, takes down the pot, earns a couple big blinds, and on to the next.
10,000.
It was horrible.
But technically he should have been out on that and he had the 9s and he made +1.
Raise 25.
Action on Maxio, 6-3, he folds. Queen 10 for Nico, he lets that one go. Kurbis folds, he has nothing really for Giovanni, 7-4 off. I like it though, Giovanni, he keeps his cadence, he makes every decision with a fixed amount of time, you know, he's not too rash or quick with any decision, he thinks everything through. And it's just good, it's good to balance your game like that. And Antia with King Jack, rips it in again for 20 big blinds.
Small blind, please.
Ace 3 you got. Ace 3, King 3. No, that one.
9-6 suited here for Oki. He's going to let that go. Anant with his just pure aggression, shoving these big hands, and he gets it through.
Chip 8, that's all.
Raise 17.
I mean, you raise blind.
17,000.
I got good cards. What do you want me to do?
17,000.
I've got to play when you got the high cards.
I know, I've seen you play last night. I've analyzed it. You very good, yeah. And against me, you had a good hand also. That was sick, a poker browser run out.
Vamos.
How are you? Good.
50,000.
How is it, bro? Well. Very well. I was working most of the time. From the morning I came with... No, I didn't come short. But I was playing. Now my meetings are over. Yeah. So now I can...
All right, we are back and we are welcoming Nick. Sorry, we just had to mute our mics. We're having a bit of a chat as to what the plans are here. So Jacobus opening under the gun +1 with ace queen suited, and same hand here for Oki in the small blind, ace queen suited, and he is really short. There we go. He rips it in about 8 big blinds. Ace 5 suited here for Max. Quite a predicament. So facing a +1 raise and a small blind shove, I don't think ace 5 suited is quite good enough to call off with.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty much been much of a muchness from last night's completion of the table. a
Yeah.
proper slog here. Oaks just boxing 1-for-1. It's the field's interesting field. That like obviously Max being a pro. There's a couple of other names there that are pretty much at every single series. Um, but l- by and large, not a massive field of pros.
Yeah.
And it's nice. It's nice for these guys to get an opportunity to build a bit of a bankroll going into the series. I think the Welcome to Pretoria is a great opportunity for guys to do that, build something up, and yeah.
So back to the action here. After a bit of tanking, Yakubus finds a fold, and we're off to a flop. Most of the time, this will be a top pot, unless someone makes a miracle flush, and this rainbow board means that is not going to happen here. 9 of diamonds on the turn, and we're going to chop this one up.
So spending a bit of time back of house this morning, got a little bit of insight as to how everything operates there, and one of the most interesting things I saw there today is, as the viewers, you're seeing obviously, as we've spoken about, a delayed 30-minute pictures. We as commentators are commenting live on those pictures that you are seeing, and the back of house, what they see is graphics but without cards. Again,
Yeah.
keeping everything nice and tidy so that there can't be any sort of collusion or cheating or anything like that. It's pure production at the back there. We've the first time this has happened in South Africa where we're basically broadcasting live streaming. In the past, it's been done where the commentators were commenting live on the poker as it was happening, and then the viewers were seeing that entire package half an hour later. Whereas we get to see this, we get to deal with the emotions in the room, as well as what's happening in front of us. What's the experience been like for you so far? Have you enjoyed it? Have you, how can you tell the viewers what it feels like that aren't here and can't share in this moment with us?
Yeah, so it's quite interesting being up here in the room, commenting on action that has happened 30 minutes ago when I turn over and look over my shoulder and see, I know what's coming. So kind of like a spoiler alert sort of situation. You know what's coming. You know there's a big hand coming up. You get some time to wait it out and see what comes. Here we have Carl under the gun +3, ripping it all in with his ace jack for about 11 big blinds. Nico in the tank with king jack off in his big blind. Lets it go. Rightfully so. And Carl gonna take this one down and chip up. So Nick, how's your experience been out on the floor this morning?
Yeah, interesting. It's a bit of a waiting game. It's quite sad. It's like you're like a vulture waiting for the players to get eliminated. But it's part of the game. It's part of the day.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to have their moment in the limelight. They want to be able to see themselves on camera at some other stage. As the production team said to me at the back early on, the poker players are the actors, if you can call it that. They're
Yeah.
the ones that are the stars of the show, and all we can do is be there to support them, but also just to give the viewers a good experience, and talk them through it, give them some advice. Again, there might be aspiring poker players watching this for
Yeah.
material. They might be watching it to see that sort of action, how that person plays for future reference. A lot of these guys play these tournaments regularly, and are in every single series that happens. So yeah, very important for them to have that sort of information. And when you've got it at your disposal like this on YouTube, with card graphics, it definitely helps.
For sure. So Nunt limping in here with his pocket fours. Folds around to Jacobus in the big blind, 10-7 off suit. Checks it back. Sorry, there might have been a malfunction in the graphics there. Maybe Anand ended up raising. It looked like he limped in. So Jacobus didn't defend his big blind and he just folded that, and Anand took that pot down. So off to the next hand, 9-3 offsuit, under the gun for Manesh, lets someone go. 10-5 for Carl, folds that. Unfolds. Orky, short stack of the table for deuce, can't do much with that. Into the muck it goes. So Max looking to get a little bit out of line here from the cutoff, which we've seen him do from time to time, applying the pressure. Folds round to Giovanni in the big blind, queen 7. So the blind level has gone up recently. We're now on 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. 9,000 for Giovanni to call here. He lets it go. So Max turning up the aggression with these bottom of the range kind of hands, and he's been getting them through with a very high frequency. And as you can see, he's doing really well here. 33 big blinds. Definitely applying the pressure.
Yeah, so some action just say from the outer table. Mark Joseph's heads up with Jared Solomons for the PLO 5 with MJ for the trophy. And yeah, prize pool there was quite nice for the guys. 294,000, and prizes are first prize is like 190k, and second prize is 100k. It's
wow,
decent pool to be playing for.
Yeah,
so we wish those gentlemen the best of luck.
90k heads up. It's quite exciting, especially playing PLO. Would be quite funny if MJ wins the trophy for PLO with MJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And cutting back to that action, you mentioned it earlier on that Max has got quite a wide range of hands that he's playing with. This field kind of plays into his strengths. He's sitting comfortable with a decent chip stack. He's just going to grind it out, and he's going to look to pick spots where he believes that he obviously has that edge, if you can call it that. And he's 100% just going to navigate it from that aspect. And I think, end of the day, he knows his strengths. He knows where they lie, and he's been in this scenario countless times.
So we got some action here. Nand opened under the gun +1 with pocket 3s. Nico raised to 17k. And Manesh in the big blind rips it in with ace queen offsuit for 177k. Folds round, and he's going to take this one down.
Yeah, Manesh Keshav here, being a very experienced player on this in this SunBet Poker Tour, and he loves these sort of spots. He loves being on the feature table. I've spent quite a few hours with him off the table, and love the banter between the two of us. He's always got something interesting to say or some chirp to say. I never forget he was sitting up with me last year here at the SunBet Poker Tour Times Square, and we're sitting outside chatting in one of our breaks, and one of the players came and sat down. Very well respected player on the thing, and he absolutely laid into him about his style of play, where he thought he could change it, and I just thought it was quite funny because that's so typical of Manesh. Not in the sense that he's trying to be nasty, but he's always always willing to impart knowledge. He's always willing to have those sort of chats, the slightly harder ones that you and I might avoid. He dives headfirst into it, and he always seems to get a decent reaction, and it just maybe pays testament to who he is and his character. So Manesh, we are looking out for you on this whole tour, not just this tournament, and we wish you all the best for all the tournaments that are coming up.
Yeah, so and as a community, we need players like that. We need players who are willing to impart some knowledge, help you fix your leaks, talk you through hands, talk you through their game. As a young player like myself, certainly something I'm looking forward to here at the SunBet Poker Tour to have a chat with some of these pros, learn from them, and yeah, it's just a cool way to cultivate new young players. Over to the action here. Nico opened the spot here with King Jack off from the hijack. Jacobus puts in the 3-bet from the cutoff with pocket 8s. And Carl finding himself in quite a situation with pocket 3s in the big blind, very short. He lets it go, and Nico lets it go too. Jacobus gets his 3-bet through. And Jacobus has just really been playing on form here. His 3-bets are getting through. When he does get to the streets, he's outplaying people. He's making them fold better hands. He's really operating today. He's quite surgical. He's a machine, and don't expect anything less from him. It's quite cool to watch him play and watch him pick these spots. So yeah, kind of rooting for him, one of the Cape Town boys.
Yeah, and we've been very fortunate that both you and I have had the opportunity to play with him at our local clubs, and a big shout out to him. His style of play is rather unorthodox, I'd say. He likes to pick the aggressive line in 90% of the hands and pots that he gets into, and interesting character, full of beans. Always got a smile on his face.
Absolutely.
So yeah, love seeing him traveling to Pretoria for a tournament like this. I just wanted to touch on Nico. Yesterday we applauded him for a lot of good folds that he made. I just don't want to see him getting to a spot here whereby he's raise folding too many positions.
And just bleeding
maybe
out.
the players. Yeah, exactly. And the players maybe picking up a little bit of weakness. I mean, Jacobus there, obviously feeling that his 8 is going to be ahead of his most of his ranges there. But you just don't want to see a guy bleeding out to a point where then the blinds come into effect. And he's still sitting deep. He's still sitting with a healthy stack, but that can all change. One hand, and then you're sitting with a position where you don't have that luxury of raising. How, based on GTO, do you work around that dynamic? How do you avoid his spots? I mean, from what you've seen today, has his play been clinical, or do you feel that he is folding far too many spots?
So yeah, there have been some spots where he's been faced with aggression and he ends up letting it go. I think from a GTO perspective, you need to have some raise calling hands. You don't have to raise fold every hand. So you can balance your range like that. You can call off, you can call light. If you look at some players like Marco Nokia, he'll raise, get 3-bet, and he'll call you off with Jack 3 offsuit, and it just keeps you unpredictable. It keeps players unable to really exploit you because sometimes you have Jack 3, other times you have aces or kings. So you don't want to be raise folding and bleeding out your stack too much. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
To our viewers out there, to Jamie, thanks very much for your time in the booth this afternoon.
Yeah,
Jamie will be joining us again later on. He's earned himself a well-deserved break, and Chris and I are going to pick up where the action's left off. And as far as I understand it, there will be a break for all the players on the table in about 15 minutes' time. So, Jamie, we'll chat to you later. Thanks very much, and shout for joining us. We'll see you
Thank
later.
you, Nick. Hope you guys enjoyed my commentary, and yeah, we'll be back later. Cheers.
So, welcoming back Chris to the table. Chris, interesting dynamic here, eh? I mean, we've seen the chip counts there. Jacobus now chip leader at the table. A guy like Max with the threatening stack. It's all looking like it could build up to a nice pinnacle here at the top, which is pretty cool.
100%, buddy, 100%. I mean, we got to a slow start, but things are picking up now. Max, obviously, coming back from the dead sub 10 big blinds yesterday, got a hectic stack in front of him. Jacobus making some sick plays himself. I see that we have lost a player already, if I'm not mistaken. Or was that still going?
That's you gave a bit of a spoiler alert there, but that's not a problem.
Sorry
Like
about
I
that.
said, it's okay. This is why it's live broadcasting at its rawest. But that's good. We like that, So we'll see that hand coming up shortly. We won't divulge on the players, but we'll let we can give you at least good insight to it, which is great.
For sure. And other than that, just with the Mega Millions popping up, there's a lot of the well-known names are coming in, so which is great. But we're getting back to the action here. Looks like that was a little raise and take, and we got that through. So as Nick said, 15 minutes time, players will be going on a short break, and then we'll pick up the action from there. So 164,000 on top, first place, all to play for. We should see some absolute chaotic things coming up. So off we go. Next hand. Max under the gun, ace king off. See how he opts to do it, yeah. Right, so he opens up. 17,000 go. Nico into the mark, over to Jacobus. Follow suit. King Jack Giovanni, middle position. See how he opts to go about things. Sends that one into the mark. Ganesh. Carl 58 big, 58 500. Getting super short here as well. He needs to be looking for a spot very soon. Yondercraft on the small blind, Queen 9. Very much defendable, but he opts to get rid of it. And Oki joins the club. So easy little raise and take there for Max. Still keeps chipping up. Alrighty, on to the next hand we go. Pick up BUTG with the action kicking off shortly. Seen some interesting spots here. I mean, just chatting to some of our mates that arrived for the Mega Millions later today. The guys were talking about last night's action, seeing Nico folding queens, fighting one out as a queens, and then knocking three players out with him as well. So he's had a bit of a roller coaster ride, but he still managed to stay in there and be extremely competitive. Giovanni out the way, over to Manesh. Little squeeze. Looks like he's going to be playing this one. Opens it up. Over to Oki. Oki also on the shorter side, coming out of the small blind. Let's see how he opts to do this. Looks like he's just coming along. Flatty there. Max out the way. So Oki Manesh to the flop. See what the first three bring. Queen 8, 4, 2 hearts. Action on Oki. In the tank there, working out the best line to take. And he sends the lot, sends the absolute balance. All in at a call. Ace Queen versus Queen Jack. Oki needs severe help here. Turn the 7 of spades. No help for Oki. 3 jacks, one time. Deuce. And that's it. We lose Oki. Well played, sir. GG. And everybody gets a ladder. Let's give the guys a second to get everything ready and we'll move on to the next hand. It's moving on. Eight left. Playing for that 160,000 plus up front. Anybody's game at the stage. As we all know, things can change in a flip of a card. So, we'll be in for a lot of interesting action. Your Cobus UTG gets out the way there. Ivani 9-10 off under the gun +1. He's been sitting quite snug, hasn't really been getting out of line much. I suppose patience is a virtue in this instance for him. That's just after scooping that hand against Oki, knocking him out, picks up that 3 deuce and fires away. 65 for Cardinal, 10-7 and on. All right, Johan, pocket threes on the cutoff. Put some chips in the middle there. 21K over to Mr. Davison. King Jack, 70 to call, 285,000 effective. Let's see how he opts to send this one. Max just puts the Lotsky in. Applying max pressure here. And he gets it through. Max still chipping up, fighting the good fight. Alrighty. Joe's going to be under the gun. See what he brings. So yeah, the players should be going on a very short break coming up soon. That means we're going to be disappearing for a little bit, but we'll be back covering the action for you as soon as they return. All right, Giovanni UTG, 5 deuce, into the market goes. There's 10-3. A7 for Carl, will this be the one? Says that it's a muck. Alrighty, to the flop would go. Jack, 4 Jack, the ultimate flat tire. Nico opting to lead out on this board. Blind versus blind action, yeah. So Jacobus opts to navigate this one. Looks like he's reaching for some racing chips, yeah. And he does opt to raise it up. 35,000 by the looks of it. Gets it through. Well played, sir. Realizing that small blind is going to be leading a lot of the time they're representing majority of flops, but clicking back, take down the nice little pot. Yeah, I mean, the small blind versus big blind, interesting dynamic. Very, very kind of tough spots to study, but I suppose once you get those down, I think that's where you're going to be making most of your money, huh? Such an interesting dynamic, dealer versus small blind, or dealer versus big blind, or small blind versus big blind. In my personal opinion, like I said, that's where I find I end up making most of my money in regards to getting, chipped up. And I think that's where Yakuma's kind of figured that throwing in that raise would be beneficial for him, getting fold out. a lot of his trash. Over to Mac Davison on the cutoff. Nico 7-5, facing at 17,000 open from Max. Corbis on the small line, ace 9 off. If there's anything to go with what Jacobs has been doing now, we're probably going to be looking at a little 3-bet coming into play. Yep, so there we go. Interesting. Very interesting, that. The 9,000 more for Giovanni to call with that 9-8 suited. Comes along. All right, to the flop we go. 883, absolute gold for Giovanni. Snap checks over to Max. See how Max opts to navigate. Yeah, looking like he's reaching for some chips. Goes for a smallish bet, 10,000. Into 46, or sorry, 56. Oh, sorry, into 46, 600. Just like to see a flatcher. Just like to see a flatcher. Looks like he's min clicked it. Come back. And Max just instantly says, no, thank you, pal. It's been emotional. Mr. Gar.
I don't even think that. I don't even think that the chips had landed on the turf there by the time Max had folded it.
Like that check call any button. Yeah, no, it's just boom, done and dusted. So how things looking out the floor, my man? You were there shortly, just walking around having a gander.
A quick completion of the PLO5 there. Unfortunately, that event not being televised, but really decent turnout. We happy with it. The fact that it's a growing game, in South Africa, it's not common to find anywhere in the world, for that matter. A PLO4 and a PLO6 tournament is more common than a PLO5 tournament. So yeah, massive shout out there to Jared Solomons for taking that one down, and the PLO5 with MJ. And MJ doing a good training there and coming in second into that one. Interesting exit interview with both of them there. And as always, great entertainment value with them. But yeah, Chris, I just want to touch on it for the viewers' sake out there so that they know. Tomorrow we are having a mega sat. Okay, it's 20 seats guaranteed. It starts at 7 p.m. It's going to be huge. And for those of you that have been listening to the stream and watching us go along our way, we've explained it to you time and time again. Sats is one of the best ways to get in. And for me, if I was playing, I would make that a target. I would be playing that sat tomorrow, regardless whether I'd already prepaid my buy-ins, whatever it may be. That would have been my target. It's a great event to come into, and to SunBet Poker Tour and MJPT for putting that on. It is a risk for them. They obviously have to put that sort of money in, but at the same time, they know that the poker community can only reciprocate when it comes to having that sort of opportunity. And on that note, this will be the last hand of the hour. We are going on a 15-minute break, and we'll join you shortly after that with some more live action. Thank you very much for joining, and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
All right, welcome back from the break. I see first hand has just been dealt out. Co-host Chris is going to be joining me very shortly, as well as Nick. All three of us are going to be up on the booth, commentating, chatting. So yeah, let's have a look. Blinds up to 5,000, 10,000, 10,000. Johan wakes up with a beautiful hand, king queen suited under the gun here. Stack is 30 big blinds, pretty standard open here. He puts in the raise. That looks like 32k. Right into Max Devison's aces. Just sits down, peels back those beautiful cards. Let's see what he does here. Welcome back, gents.
Thank you, Jamie. Right into the action here. I see Max hadn't even sat down yet.
Yeah.
we had seen the fact that the aces had come out and the king queen is there as well. Yeah, it's
so
looking good.
Max puts in the call, protecting his raising range.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
Jack 10 off for call. He lets it go.
Yeah, he's getting extremely short now. He needs to start making some moves. All right, let's go to the flop. Oh, here we go. Here we go, gents.
Oh, yeah.
Max Davison.
Quite an action flop here. Johan flopping top pair with his queen, unknowingly running right into Max Devison's two black aces.
I mean, you guys know I'm a guy that likes to comment on body language. How serious is Johan here? I remember and I recall a legend of a commentator once saying it's like looking at the face of Mount Vesuvius and hoping to get a towel. I mean, this man is unbreakable. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, he's had the same demeanor throughout since the start of the tournament yesterday.
Yeah,
hasn't moved. Yeah, methodical in his thinking. And let's see what happens. At 62k over to Max, 151 in the middle. Max having a little glance over, and he just open rips.
Wow. Yeah, so Johan opted to bet 2/3 pot here, and Johan is in a quite a precarious spot here with top pair, very strong kicker, blocking some combinations of queens and kings.
Let's see if he can work this one out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure.
I mean, guys, talk about the line Johannes picked here. Like, it's strong. I can't say anything else. It's strong.
I think that's where Max picked up on that. So the bet size, going that sizing that he opted for, 75% pot. Max has realized that he has got a lot of this, and really putting him in the blender in essence here. Because Max can also do this with all his flush draws.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you're looking at his cards there.
Yeah, it doesn't look happy.
Time bags go in the middle. Help yourself, young lady, if you pick them off there. And asking how much it is.
And he makes the call. Gets the bad news. Max quickly flips over his aces.
All right, 2 to come.
Drawing slim.
5
yeah.
up twice. $5.89 in the middle.
Oh,
2 to come.
Massive pot.
Max in great shape. 4-1 favorite here. 5 of clubs on the turn, no help. 5 outs ones.
Oh no! Max at risk is eliminated. That is absolutely just gut-wrenching to see. Finds the outs. They were very even in stacks. Johan covered him by 1.5 big blinds. Absolutely sick.
Absolute cruel game, eh, Nick? You're a 4-1 favorite with 1 to come, and Bob's your uncle. You're out walking out the door.
Wow. Yeah, it's just brutal, man. It's I actually think here that there is going to be chips left over from for Max, but definitely crippled. Obviously, we've got readers on the cards, but we don't have readers on the chips. So to the viewers, sometimes these technical errors pop up. We've just got to work around with it. At the end of the day, it's up to the dealer on the table to determine it. As we can see, Max's stack is still quite healthy, and yeah, he can just build from there.
Apologies for that, folks. All right, we're moving on. I mean, Max has been on the spot before. Similar thing happened to him yesterday, which basically got him as under sub 20 or 10 bigs, and he pulled it back.
Yeah.
Max has the experience behind it not to let this get to him. Yes, it does hurt, but we carry on. We carry on. But moving on to the next hand. Looks like, what should I say? Who are our big chip leaders here? I mean, is that
So
Johan?
I've
Johan
actually got the
having that
stats
massive
right
stack
here.
there?
Yeah. So give me a second to pull it up. All right, so chip stacks. Jacobus is in the lead with 51 big blinds. He's got 409,000. That's as of the start of the break. Obviously, Johan chipped up now to 500,000. He's sitting on 50 big blinds. Carl on life support. He's got 7 big blinds going into this. He needs to find a spot and double up very, very soon.
Great. All right, Carl looking for that spot. Still sub 10s. Blinds are now 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 ante. Nick Guy's back in action. Got a little update for you. Just saw Joe Solomon there, and he's going to shoot off to go have a little paddle action with the lads. But he said he's more than willing to come jump in with us and have a little combo later. So if you guys are above, please stay tuned for that. It's always great to have insight from Joe Solomon. He's been around the block for many, many years and still competing at the highest levels. Be great to pick his brain.
Yeah, every interaction I have with Jared, he always impresses me with his demeanor. He's just an incredibly humble guy for what he's achieved, and he's in the top 5 of the all-time list in South Africa. He is definitely always a good showing to have. If his name's not amongst the team sheets at the end of the day, you're missing him. You're missing him in the tournament. So it'll be lovely to have him in the box. So yeah, it's great to see these pros, and again, us having these abilities now where we can have these guys in live. It's huge. It's massive for us, and I think for you guys as viewers out there, it's a huge opportunity to interact. And if you ever get onto the stream and you see one of your pros up there or a guy that you'd like to chat to, feel free to comment, feel free to like the stream on YouTube and ask questions, and we'll pass it on to them. And at any one stage, if if you feel the need to berate them, please do so with caution, as it is a public platform, and it is a matter of opinion at the end of the day. We give our opinions. We're not always right, but we do our best to do what we do and on a daily basis pitch to work and give you guys as the viewers the best opportunity.
So Nick, with that being said, hey, with the free roll that's happening now, that is for tonight's Mega Millions. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct.
All right, cool. So the room is filling up nicely. We've got about 3 or 4 tables running at the moment. Hopefully, we get 1 or 2 additional seats for that. If you want to try and come split it up, it's going to be great value for money. Who knows? You could turn a free roll into a couple of milli if you're lucky. Yeah. But moving back to the action, Carl's still sitting there waiting for his spots.
6 big blinds getting dangerously short here. None right behind him, sitting on around 15 big blinds after he just took down a pot with top pair of kings. Lets his king 2 go off into the muck. Got some blind on blind action here.
Looks like Johan got it through. So what's Max got there? It's about 100,000 behind. By the looks of it. 20, 40, 60. 89. It's about just short of 100. I could be mistaken. Which in essence, sub 10.
Yeah.
So we could see Max making some moves very soon. It's unfortunate, you had fighting goats. He had 5 outs once, 4 to 1 dog on that flop, and then,
Yeah, and it's just absolutely
5%
brutal.
missing you one to come.
Yeah, Max has been picking his spots. He's been chipping up nicely, just winning good hands, winning spots that he can win, that he takes the initiative. And yeah, it's just sick to lose it all in one foul swoop like that.
Yeah, but you know what I'll say? Chip in a chair, and
Absolutely, yeah.
Max is definitely one to utilize that. As long as he's got chips in front of him, buddy, he'll be fine.
Yeah. Don't doubt
Right,
that.
on to the next ad. Looks like Nico's UTG. Actually, no, sorry. He 8. He's the big blind. Right. So yeah. Into the muck goes. Oh, looks like Manesia's going to be doing something here.
Yep.
22k is the bet.
Standard 2.2 sizing in terms of big blinds.
Over to Max Davison on the small. See what he pulls out here. Sends the lot in. We're asking for a count there. I think it's about a third of his stack, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, I've actually got a lot more. 20, 40, 60. It's about 130 odd.
Yeah, I think so.
In the tag. Looks like it's pretty close. In regards to decision making. But he opts for the latter and sends it into the muck.
Max pulls his chips back and he takes down another little pot. Hopefully we can see him chip up time and time again from here. Let's see what he does. All right, ace-9 suited here for Manesh under the gun. +1. He folds it. Carl still looking for a spot here with his 6 big blinds. Queen-9 not good enough. Pocket 5s here for Nant. He's going to rip it in for 14 bigs. Nico folds. And Jacobus also lets it go. Anand gets that one through. Gonna take down the big blinds.
Yeah, just having a little gander outside the room. It's filling up nicely, yeah?
I mean, there's proper hype being created here currently as we see it. The satellite for the Mega Millions starts now. And we've already got 3 full tables. The field's looking juicy. So I'm expecting a lot of rebuys happening into that and potentially a lot more seats that coming forward, and being available for tonight's Mega Million. I mean, for me, you know me, I'm going to punt it the whole time. The Mega Million for me is the best tournament structure that there is. And it's definitely added such a nice dynamic to it because the aggressive players can play aggressive, the tight players can sit there and fold all they want to. It creates some proper action for them. So yeah, it's looking good. Back over the action, Jamie and Chris, have you seen anything interesting whilst we were away on the floor?
Not yet. Action's just folded around here to a Nunt with King 10. He's quite short with 16 bigs. He's going to let that go. Queen 3 for Jan. Folds it out. Max here with about 19 big blinds, pocket 2s and the cutoff. Let's see how he approaches this. Looks like he's cutting out some raising chips. And he makes it about 21,000. Nico starting to get short here, sub 20 bigs now. Action on Giovanni in the big blind, King 9 off. Being methodical, taking his time, and he lets it go. Max takes down 25k there, 2.5 big blinds. Much needed. Buys him some more time, another orbit. Try and find that double up that he very much needs. It's getting tight here for Carl under the gun. 10-6 off suit. He's got 6 big blinds and he's big blind next hand. So he'll have 20k in and only 40k behind. So yeah, it's crunch time for him. Hopefully he can wake up with something decent in his big blind next hand. Feeling back his cards. Obviously 10-6 not good enough to play from under the gun.
Yeah, shame. He's been a little bit card dead today,
Yeah.
He's just been, unfortunately, not much he can do. No real room for movement,
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes spots just don't come at all, and you've just got to kind of gamble with 1 or 2, maybe get it in with the 7-6 off or 8-9 off and just hope to hell. And, but at this point in time, he could still slog out 1 or 2 more, but I think going into the big blind now, he's going to have a really tough time getting through this section. So we wish him all the best, but it's going to be tough if he doesn't pick up a hand in the big blind, I can tell you that much.
So I was just having a look around in the room and seeing who was coming in now, and I thought I saw a recognizable face. And for all of you that don't know, last year's main event winner, Giovanni Zanetti, played heads up against a gentleman by the name of Alan Young. And Alan Young actually spun up a 800 rand satellite into the main event to come second, basically turning 800 rand into $1 million plus.
Yeah.
And he's actually come to take part in the free roll that's running now.
Wow.
I mean, just looking across, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, isn't that Shannon Elizabeth sitting there at one of the tables there as well?
Yeah, it is. Local celebrity, moved and relocated to Noordhoek in Cape Town. So she often plays with us locally on that side. And it's such a pleasure seeing her here. She's an incredible person. She runs a really good cause as well. And it's phenomenal. So what they're doing is they're trying to rehabilitate the rhinos within South Africa. And she's doing a very, very good job of it. Her and her husband have driven this cause, and it's much needed that people step up like that. So big shout out to Shannon. I'll get more details on that for the viewers later on so that they can maybe go out there and support the cause. But having celebrities like that pitch up to these events, it only creates more hype and it only creates more action. And Yeah, so Shannon, welcome to Pretoria. Welcome to the SunBet Poker Tour, and we look forward to seeing you getting some good results. Seems to be a decision here. Jamie, take us away here.
Yeah, so Max opened up here ace 5 offsuit from the hijack, and Manesh defended his big blind with 9 off. He flopped top pair, turning over pretty blank. So his top pair is oh sorry no Max rivered is straight. Apologies. So Manesh might find himself in a bit of trouble. Action on the river went check bet. Bet around 70-75% pot here. And Manesh made the call. Max's straight is good here.
Max chipping up
Yeah,
again, huh?
big pot. He's up over 30 big blinds again, 33 big blinds. Back in the comfort zone, back where he's comfortable. He knows how to navigate a short stack, but double up was much needed, and I think he's back in the running to potentially take this one down.
The roller coaster ride is this game, huh?
Yeah.
Absolute roller coaster. Absolute roller coaster up here in the commentary box with Jamie. Having some fun, and that's always good. We love this. This is what we love about the show, is that we could put it out there. We can be vulnerable with you guys, make a couple of mistakes along the way, but we're learning, and we're doing our best. And we hope that you, as the viewers, are enjoying it. I'm now logging on to our YouTube channel and see what's happening. But yes, Chris, you're more than welcome to interrupt
Murphy's
me.
Law, Jamie has too much fun there. It ends up falling off the back of the stage as Chen rolls off. So yeah,
Hopefully
Jamie,
not. This back
Seems pretty
race
solid.
seems pretty good. I think I'm in the safe
I mean,
zone.
I think I might be in trouble if I lent on it, but I think
Yeah,
Jamie's a lot Jamie's a lot safer. Yeah.
So tell me about what's happening on YouTube, my good man. What the folks say, what they're liking, what they're not. Who they're going to be pelting fruit at.
Yeah, we always welcome the comments, both good and bad. We just appreciate the fact that the viewers out there are getting involved, are being passionate about what's happening, and yeah, it's just it is what it is. And and thank you for those that have been supporting it, and we are looking forward to having an incredible season and series going forward. And if this initiative works out well, I think it's going to be so innovative for all of us to be part of this journey, because it is something new, it is something fresh, it is something that we are looking forward to seeing work properly. I know there has been some teething issues to start this off, so we do apologize to our viewers out there. I see Brad Simpson making a comment there. Thanks, Brad, for your comment. Nick signing sophisticated. If only they knew. Oh, Brad. Oh, Brad. Thank you for that. And Nicolette Cable obviously giving a nice meow there as she does. That is nothing. I would expect nothing less from you, Nikki. Thank you for that. So yeah, and Kaz, I'm glad you could see the benefits to this. Touching on that, this is the way the game's going. Technology is involved. Yes, sometimes we're going to run into a couple of troubles here and there, but ultimately, we've got to be forward thinking. We've got to move forward. And Chris, when you were asked to join as a commentator many years back, I mean, I'm not talking just now for this series, but why? What was it that got you and wanted you to be? I mean, yes, I know you're passionate about poker, but you're here, you're doing the job, you're loving it, love spending time with you guys. The banter's always good. But for you, what made you say yes?
Well, it's just the fact that I get to hear other people's views on certain things, which is intriguing. I mean, with this game, there's no right way. I mean, yes, okay, there's the GTO type of side of things, which says you got to do A, B, and C in order to get X amount of results from it. But just the way different people think about different things and hearing them talk about it and how passionately they talk about it as well. That's the part that I enjoy the most. As well, maybe just helping the newer folks that come into play that want to watch the stream. As you said, I gotta get quite technical technical, but like we discussed yesterday, using those terminologies, they become familiar with it, and when they do stumble across it, they understand what's going on. So it kind of saves them a little bit of time. But besides that, just as well watching what's going on, getting to commentate on the action, because like we said, those who can't teach commentate. So, um, you know, this is my last resort. This is my absolute last resort.
Yeah, well, luckily you didn't get involved in the PLO setup there. I mean, who knows what would have happened? I mean, yes, you could have gone on and banked it, but who knows? I think maybe if you're out there, you'd have probably been too tempted not to jump into that. But yeah, anyway, so getting back to it, this is a great opportunity. I think for me, I'm sitting here and I'm like, I envy Jamie. I don't know why. I find myself being envious of him. I think for a GTO player to be getting this many hours of hand analysis, I'm sure his coach is going to give him a couple of ringers about his commentary and certain positions and test him out.
The fact that he's still sitting on his jacket button. Yeah, I thought that's what we were going to refer to. But yes, okay, that works too.
But yeah, it's a cool opportunity, Jamie. Getting back to it, young player, you've got a coach, you're studying GTO. Tell us a little bit about like how you think this experience is going to benefit you in the long run.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously sitting here, it is my delight to sit here and just watch hands, thousands of hands, over the next week, 10 days, and just watch professionals play and see how they navigate spots, and to be able to put my thoughts into words for the viewers and just for myself and for you guys to try and see how these guys play, how they approach the game, how our opinions would differ. I've asked Chris here quite a few times for his opinion on some technical spots. And yeah, no, it's just really cool. It's a great learning opportunity. And Chris almost fell off the back here, just like we were joking about. So actually, it wasn't me or Nick. It was actually Chris who got into a bit of trouble. But
oh, Chris, it had to be Chris, didn't it?
Yeah,
Uncle Fester.
Hey, you didn't have to do that, eh?
Wait, if he hears that back on the stream later on, he's going to be upset.
Yeah, just no one tell him that. All right, so Nico here with ace 3 suited under the gun +1, standard open to 2 and 2.1 big blinds. Action over to Giovanni in the hijack. He's got pocket 4s. He's got about 28 big blinds in his stack here. 65 hands into final table. We've only lost one player. Everyone's trying to pick their spots very carefully. It's not working out for everyone. Carl's sitting on about 3 big blinds at the moment. And yeah, Nick's just not going to give me a break about me rolling along on my chair. I'm having a little bit too much fun. Yeah, so
you can't. It's a new age generation. They can't sit still,
Yeah.
You can't time down, and it's good. That's why we love having you here. We love the energy. We love the vibe. And yeah, if you're in the area and you're near Times Square, please feel free to pop in. Come say hi at the commentary box. We are raw, live people. We are not celebrities by any means. We just got given the task of presenting, and Nico's wife Lisa there supporting him and making sure that he's doing the business. Maybe cracking the whip a little bit there for him, Nico. Shout out to Jared Baton for the comments on the group there. And yeah, to Sean S. We apologize about the echo and reverb. We are working on that. We will plan to have that up and running. We are actually, funny enough, let's have a chat about that. We're using a streaming software called Discord, which to me is new, but to the two of you, you've obviously used it. Jamie's used it for none other than gaming. Obviously, it's the young generation that we face. It's funny. Esports has become such a huge sport in the world. that
Yeah.
you know, some of their guarantees in their tournaments are getting bigger than that of the WSOP. It's insane, but it just shows the way the world's moving, and that is technology based. And to Discord, they've been tremendous in trying to help us solve these issues. You know, there is a time difference between us and Australia, where it's hosted from. So we will be jumping onto a call with them at the break to help sort the problems out, so that we can bring you, the viewers, the best possible pictures with the best possible audio as well. And at the moment, we've seen this final table navigating itself and absolutely loving the action. You know, Max looking comfortable as ever, looking around, saying hi to the crowd. You know, for me, he's such a professional, and a professional on form at the moment. So, yeah, welcome back, Chris. Nearly had a little tumble there off the back of the stage. We saw. We wouldn't want to
That would have
lose you
been
this early in the week.
absolutely hilarious. Can you imagine me tumbling down there? Wow.
I wouldn't have found it funny. I must be
No,
honest.
not at
Come
all.
on, you would be the first one on your back running around with laughter. Be like I told you. Yeah, I know.
I
But
just
you know
think I would
what
have
it is?
been.
Someone left their hair gel lying on the floor, a little tub of hair gel, and I mean clearly it wasn't me. So I ended up slipping on that, which almost sent me south of the border. Yes.
Well, I think you could take a guess out of the commentary team who was using the hair gel. It was Nick. Well, definitely wasn't Chris. That's for sure.
You know, man, let the man have dreams, okay? I buy it, you know, I visualize it. If I buy it, you know, one day I get to use it again.
I guess no heads and shoulders for you, bro. Yeah. So look, getting back to the action here, you know, there's you know, certain guys are getting to a little bit shorter stacks. They're having to build up a bit, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing clinical positions being picked, but sometimes radical decisions being made. You know, and I applaud these gents for the hours of slogging they've already done. A lot of these gents I know are going to jump into the mega straight away. You know, Jamie and I touched on it on our stream last night. But Chris, I want to find out your opinion. Okay. I know you have a little bit of a degenerate side, which is, it's fine. We all do. I have a degenerate side when it comes to playing bomb pots at our local club, even if it is for a little R1, R2, or R5 game, you know. What would your best strategy be here? And I know you are just so passionate about poker. Would you go from one tournament, go take a 2-hour rest now, and go straight into the megas tonight to give yourself the best chance at building up a chip stack into day 2? Or do you go home like Jamie and be responsible, go have a little sleep, and then get fresh to tomorrow? Obviously taking into account the deep starting stack you got.
Yeah, no, 100%, mate. I mean, at the end of the day, as I said, there's about two valid points. You know, you're playing one tournament, you run deep, for example, you win the thing, your adrenaline's pumping, you're like, come on. And then on the other side of it, this is the first bullet. So yeah, it's a bit of a, you know, a flip, depending on how I feel. I mean, ideally, would take advantage of the extremely long levels. Go rest, just relax a little, unwind, go out for dinner, little celebration, nothing too mad, you know. Um, and then come back when I feel I'm ready to tackle another long grind. Because again, it's not just about sitting on a poker table playing cards. The strain, the mental strain that you go through is something else, and it's tiring on its own. So yeah, that's my
Yeah.
view on it.
Appreciate that, Chris.
Cool.
And it's
If
good
I
insight
can
there.
bring you guys back to the action here, it was a three-way limped pot. Max with pocket sixes in the small blind. Nico hit his jack for top pair. He is in the lead currently, and Johan has a flush draw, flopping 2 diamonds with his 7-5, which he limped from the button, wanting to see a flop. This is exactly what he wants to see. Action went check, check, bet. Max called the 20k, and then Nico decided to rip it in here with his top pair. So Max in probably the worst position right now. He's going to have to get out of the way. And I think he did fold. I'm not sure what the action was there, but Johan seems to be in quite the blender at the moment.
Love that term, the blender.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, and he lets it go. Nico's going to take that one down.
Yeah, so getting back to it, Chris, very insightful. Really appreciate your view on it, and it's very relevant. It's things you need to consider. It's things that our viewers who are wanting to jump into it need to consider, especially for future reference, if you can call it that. Put it in your top pocket and save it for later. Bag that one up as being Coach Chris coming through from the commentary team.
Oh well, I mean, as long as you don't go out on a bender the night before and then come play a tournament, and sometimes I've seen Oaks do it, and they end up doing very, very well. But yeah, that's just my thing. Especially if you're going to be
Jeez.
playing
I
a very long
I
series.
didn't think you'd bring that up on live TV, Chris.
I mean, I didn't mention any names, but everybody has their fun. We're allowed to, but you come back, you concentrate, you lock it in, and you try your utmost. But like I was saying, especially on a series that has so many events, game selection is massive. If you're going to try and go play every single event, every single day, first off, there's going to be so many overlaps. Right, you're going to be running around from table to table, and by the time you get home, you're probably going to be sleeping for the next 48 to 72 hours because you're absolutely knackered. So yeah, game selection is extremely important. And again, we had a conversation, myself and Yanni and Damon had a conversation around bankrolls last night. It's also key for to work in conjunction with your bankroll because you don't want to go spend all your money, be absolutely busto, and then start again.
So, give us a little bit of insight here as to bankroll management. And Jamie, this is going to be I want two views here. One from the senior at the table, the senior citizen at the table, and one from the young guns. I think Jamie, firstly to you, being a young and up and coming uh, GTO player that doesn't necessarily have the most liquid balance. I'm not referring to your current situation. I'm talking about a situation of any youngster coming into it. They're not.
Yeah.
Yes, sure, you're going to get the odd occasional trust fund baby that's going to come along and be able to afford anything that they need to get into. But I'm talking about the average Joe youngster coming in. How do they go about navigating, getting themselves into poker? I mean, I think you've done remarkably well to manage yourself well. Please give our viewers some insight to that.
Yeah, so I think it's very important to be cognizant of your bankroll and to manage it. You shouldn't be playing games that are too big for you. If you can't afford to add on or rebuy, that game is just simply too big. The traditional way of doing it, usually, if you're a tournament player, is your bankroll should be about 100 buy-ins of the tournament that you're going to play. So if you want to play R1,000 tournament, your bankroll should be 100,000 Rand. So you just times it by 100. Obviously, that is a little bit extreme. The only reason it's like that is just due to, statistics and probability. And it's just to, sorry, we've got a all in here from Carl. He's finally found his moment. 3.5 big blinds in. Runs into max with pocket sevens here. It's quite unfortunate. He does have 2 overs though, so he's very much alive. See what happens. If he does win this party, he'll win obviously the call plus the big blinds and the antes, and he'll get a triple up actually due to the antes and the blinds. He misses the flop, but he does pick up some extra equity with the queen for the straights. And it goes blank blank. Max's sevens hold up, and we have an elimination. Well played, Carl. Unfortunately, he couldn't really find a spot in a timely manner. He was a little bit card dead. Regardless, he played well. Came 8th out of 52 unique entrants. Yeah, and just a good play there. So he's going to cash out for 20,000.
GG's all around, mate. GG's all around.
Yeah.
Should be well proud of yourself and the cash. You went through a bit of a rough time today, as you said. Streaming content, but
yeah,
still managed to pull it off. and find himself a decent chunk of change. And Max, again, from losing those aces versus King Queen to accumulating an absolute monster stack.
Yeah, hovering almost around 40 big blinds, I believe, for Max. So just to go back on that bankroll management chat that we were having, it is important to manage a bankroll. Don't gamble irresponsibly, and also if you plan on playing some local games or something, do some studying, get an edge. Certainly worked for me. Pretty much been free rolling a bankroll just from cashing, at live tournaments and online tournaments. If you just go in there prepared, ready, with a goal in mind, and I think that's very important. In terms of leveling up and getting to the next level, like I said, it's recommended that you have 100 buy-ins for your tournaments that you're going for, but even as low as 30 is fine. And if you do back yourself and you want to take a shot, it's more than reasonable to do that. I had a chat with my coach the other day, and that's something that I'm looking at doing. Don't have the biggest bankroll in the world, especially to come play at these tournaments. It's big buy-ins, main event, 15K, Mega Millions, nice tournaments like that. It's like a 25K buy-in. So, but if you can get some backing and if you can back yourself, it's definitely well worth it to take your shot. Win some small tournaments, build a bankroll, and when you're on form and you back yourself, take your shot, and you never know, you could spin up a big buy-in into a really, really big bankroll, and from there you can pretty much free roll. You can just play all the little slams, you can play the bounties, the hyper turbos, and you can just exercise your edge like that, and hopefully build a bankroll over the long run.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree with him more. Again, the only way you're going to grow, and if you feel comfortable with your abilities, if you're going to take shots. I mean, I took a shot last year, worked out for me online, and yeah, I can't really complain. It helped. But again, yeah, bankroll doesn't matter if it's 1,000 rand tournaments or 300 rand tournaments. You just got to make sure there's room for accommodation there.
Yeah.
Also, there was a comment whether in the YouTube side of things we're looking at freeze outs as an option as well, in regards to the management of your bankrolls. That's one way to go about making sure that you don't go bust or do your absolute life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
freeze outs to us, not massive here in South Africa, purely because of and this again comes down to the fact that our player pool is not as big as everybody else's. We can't really afford to go into a tournament where we have 700 entries and a freeze out with no rebuys. Obviously, then doesn't create a bigger prize pool. So that's why we tend to find that in South Africa, they lead to having rebuy or re-entry tournaments. And that's just it's actually quite sad in a way because freeze out adds a different dimension again completely, but it's not the be and end all of it. We're fortunate enough to have a couple of local clubs around that we can go to and have those, just get together as group of friends and have a freeze out format tournament, if you want to call it that, to satisfy those itches. But yeah, over to the action.
Yeah, so Nico just took down this pot with ace high. He did flop quite big with a flush draw and a straight draw, and Ganesh unfortunately completely whiffed flop with his jack nine suited, so he got away losing the minimum.
I think an effect here, and like maybe if one of the listeners out there can tell us what the correct terminology would be for one of my panel up here. But at the end of the day, I look at a situation here that Manesh has been in before, Niku was in earlier on, and now Anant is in, where he finds himself raising and folding a lot of spots, or at least calling off a lot of his stack, and then getting to a position where he's at risk. What do you do differently here? Because you also don't want to play to a point where, and Chris, you and I discussed this last night. You don't want to play to a point where you get in the min cash. Like rather try. Do you choose the beeline where you go? Let's try and play it conservatively and kind of like watch ourselves ladder up by everyone else getting eliminated around us, or would you choose the approach that you want everything or nothing? I know it's a tough question, but it's relevant, you know?
100%. This brings back into the conversation that we had yesterday in regards to ICM. With the independent chip model, the pay jumps being the way they are, the structured, uh, the big stacks are going to be applying a lot of pressure on the smaller ones, considering the monetary jumps. In regards to playing styles and adjusting, make small tweaks. You don't have to change the world. You just need to make small adjustments to your game in order to counteract what your opponent is doing. In a sense, these gentlemen have been playing together for hours on end now, almost 2 days. Coming up 2 days now, so they know exactly what's going on and the table dynamic. And how certain spots play out. So, all about making certain adjustments, small little slight adjustments, in order to get you across the finish line to scoop that W at 146k.
Yeah, decent prize pool. Looking forward
So
to seeing what the winner does it.
it looks like Max is opted to play the stand-up game with the boys. Oh, you come see a Queens +1. Also very methodical in his thinking, takes his time.
Yeah.
Giovanni's been awfully quiet today, huh? Jackson, that's that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
think so, yeah.
Some players just don't get the cards on the final table, but kudos to him for just riding it out, sitting there. He's still got a decent enough stack. He's obviously realized that. Ferenzi 123, as he's known online, likes to have a dabble every now and then, and yeah, he's got a good reputation and a reputation to uphold here in this tournament, especially going against the likes of Max or Niku or Jakubus for me could be the wild card here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love his style, aggressive line,
Max
and again,
opted to kick
aggressive
back
line
here.
here by Max. Yeah.
So, Jakubus, I love just to see that flat player in position against Max. 85k. Time bags go in front. Here we go.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Yeah, so obviously Max here thinking Jakubus has been getting a bit out of line, raising a bit too much, and holding the king blocker from the big blind. It's a pretty good 3-bet bluff. Obviously, it's going to be a quick fold, and Jakubus is going to get it through with his 4-bet all in. But I like it from Max. He's picking a spot where he can potentially exploit a player who's opening a little bit too wide and take down quite a big pot. From the big blind. Not enough players are 3-betting from the big blind. That's probably the first one we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, there's been one or two throughout the tournament, but again, it's making those slight adjustments. I mean, you can never, don't be afraid to ever raise fold.
Yeah.
Especially like those blind versus blind spots with buttons versus small blind versus big blind. Those type of scenarios where clicking back is, don't be scared of it. It's not your worst enemy.
Yeah. I just love Max's demeanor around the table. The oak always looks unfazed. He looks like he's in La La Land, if I can call it that. He's oh man, he's good fun to watch. Max and I, whenever we play on the table together, we always have a decent enough ramble and we have a go at it. Escom playing their part here. Thank you, Escom, as well. We appreciate the on and off lights, creating a bit of a party atmosphere here for us. And just interesting times, gentlemen. Interesting times. We're very fortunate sitting in a casino that, obviously, obvious reasons, the casino needs to have the best backup power systems that they possibly can, so we can deliver this uninterrupted to you guys. And it's good times ahead. Over to Chris.
So again, Jakubus picked up another premium right there. UTG opens up to 25k. Giovanni just ends up tossing that Queen Jack into the muck. Over to Mr. Devison again, 10-3. This one, I don't think he'll be clicking back. All he's got to do is get 3 Yaku here. Sorry, Nico. With 6-3 and the hand basically plays itself. Unfortunately, he didn't get any action. But chips are chips, mate. Chip EV,
either way,
here,
still
ICM implementation, huge.
Absolutely.
Jamie, what is everybody guaranteed thus far? These final players on the table.
Cool. So we're on top 7 now, and I believe if you give me a second. Everyone is guaranteed at least 23,000 here from 7th with 165k on top.
Yeah, so it's basically 3 extra initial 8k, or just short,
Yeah,
should I
yeah.
say, which is not bad. And the pay jump significantly, and like we said, from 7th to 6th, much of a difference.
No, not really. So from 7th to 6th, that's 23k for 7th, 26 for 6th, 32k for 5th, 43 for 4th, and then the pay jumps start getting bigger here. From 3rd, it's 64k, 2nd 102, and 1st 165,000 rand.
100%. Sorry to interrupt you. Anant has just ripped a lot in with ace 9-0. Max gets out the way. Just the blinds. Over the jack 9 for your Kubus. 112 to call. Basically shoving 10 big blinds here in essence.
Yeah, and Anand has been getting these through, just ripping it pre-flop, rightfully so, I think, in this position, and he takes it down. He's been, I think this is his 3rd time getting it through. Earlier, he just open ripped 20 big blinds with ace queen and got that one through. I found that quite interesting.
Yeah, sorry, getting back to what I was trying to get at here. So come 4th place, ICM implications are going to be massive.
Yeah.
Ike's going to be making a lot of moves. Adjustments will be made. And we'll just have to see how certain Ike's navigate. I mean, this is something that Max has been, spot that Max has been in many times.
Yeah.
Curious to see if it'll be like the captain of the table in that spot, just opening so much wider normally, applying that maximum pressure, really putting guys
Yeah, I
in the
think
blender,
so, right?
making them sweat, and we'll see what happens there. But let's move on to the next hand.
Yeah, so because we don't have audio on the tape.
Apologies for the short bout of silence. We were just having a discussion here. Max Davison opened up here from the cutoff with a pair of 6s. Giovanni defended his big blind with queen 10 off. Flop came pretty dry for both players. Max's 6s are still ahead. Option went check on the flop, and Giovanni has just checked it over to Max. Let's see what he does on this deuce of spades turn. So Max cutting out a bit of a raise here. It raises up to 32k. It's about half a pot bet. And I think this bet is to simply just kind of see where it stands, deny some equity of potential flush draws from the big blind, who's defending with suited cards. Giovanni does throw in the time bank there. And it's a pretty decent pot brewing here. 100k in the middle. Giovanni 32 to call to win 132. And he lets it go. Yeah, so there Max chuckling as he takes down another pot, chipping up nicely after 34 big blinds. Just playing well all around, picking good spots continually. And yeah, it seems to be working out for him. He's building quite a massive chip tower there, albeit with a bunch of 1K chips. But yeah, it looks like he's having a bit of fun with it, and can't blame him for it, eh? We all play poker to have fun and
100%.
to, hopefully cash every now and then.
100%, buddy. Even though they're 1K chips, 20 stacks of 20 at a time still means something, huh?
Yeah, no, that adds up. All right, so off to the next hand. Action is on a nunt, I believe. Yep. He lets that one go. Johan has a decision to make here. Tosses a little card protection chip. Looks like he wants to put in a raise. And Chris, do you know what the value is of those blue chips?
I think they're 25Ks or 50Ks. Nick?
Yeah.
No, Nick's not there. Sorry, Nick's just busy with something. I think I can check for you
Yeah.
quick. Let me go do that. I want to find out what those chip values are. Chip value, blue chip, 25K, 50K. We'll get that update for you now.
Apologies as our graphics elude us here for this hand. Action is on Manesh here in the big blind. Got quite a decision to make. He's quite short at the moment.
Just waiting for the GFX to come back up. We'll have those cards for you.
So I believe Manesh put in about 60K. I'm not sure if that was a 3-bet or not. Apologies for this. But Jan's going to let this one go. Yeah, so Manesh 3-bet from his big blind, and he's going to take down a decent pot. As you can see there on the TV, 20 minutes to go until blinds go up. Currently playing on 6-12-12. Just waiting here for the dealer to shuffle up and deal. There seems to be a little... There we go. Graphics are back with us, and we have started dealing again. Action over to Johan. 5-3 suited, under the gun. And he's sitting on a pretty decent stack here. About 40 big blinds, I believe.
Sorry about that. Nico got 291k. Giovanni 85 diamonds on the button. 216k. He's been sitting very snug, as we said before. Maybe he'll start opening up a little bit, applying the pressure on the short stacks. Nope, not this time. Manesh, King 7. The baby goes in. Looks like he's made it 85k.
And then Nantia folding with the ace face up. He was actually ahead there. But, you know, facing a lot of aggression, when there's prize money at stake, calling off there with ace-6 offsuit from a small blind shove, it's marginal at best, I think.
Yeah, so the update that side, 25k, those blue chips.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Action over to Nico here with 9-8. He's going to fold. Stack hasn't grown much since the beginning of this final table. I think he started the day with about 300k, sitting on 290 now. Average stack is starting to drop as big blinds increase.
Chris is not doing too well with the stage behind us here. He keeps on having, a little having a little tumble.
So Jack 10 suited here for Manesh on the button. Standard open. Raises up to 25k. Jack 4 suited for a nunt with 12 big blinds. Not much he can do there. Action is over to Johan, who makes the call. He defends his big blind with ace of diamonds, 9 of clubs. Off to a flop we go. Queen 7 ace, 3 spades. Nothing for either player. No spades in either of their hands. And oh, apologies. Johan did hit his ace. My bad. This monotone board is quite interesting. The action that he has here. He's going to check it over to Manesh, who leads out for about a quarter pot. It looks like Johan went for the check raise here. So nothing for Manesh other than a gut shot. He's only got 4 outs, being a straight, being a king to make the straight. Apologies. And I think on this monotone board texture, facing a check raise, quite easy to get away. So Johan will take this one down. 56 big blinds, shows the ace. Yeah, well played, Johan. Nice view of the final table. It's a new table that we just built. You can read up to 6 cards on the RFID reader, which is quite cool. If we want to ever stream PLO, we've got the equipment to do so now. Really cool little dual view there. One sort of bird's eye view. And yeah, this final table is starting to shape up. We've got some big stacks being Johan, Jacobus not too far behind. Nico still sitting on about 300k, not short by any means, but his stack is not growing. Pretty much been stagnant today for him. 8-3 under the gun. That's going to go into the muck. Action over to Jacobus, Queen Deuce. Been a little bit quiet as of late. Not really finding any playable hands since he got those queens and jacks back to back. Here we have pocket 10s for Giovanni in the hijack. 216k in his stack. A little bit less than 20 big blinds, I believe. Puts in a very standard raise to 25k. Queen 8 suited for our chip leader, Johan. Gonna let that one go. Over to Max with 9-10. And I think we see him defend this one. All right, off to a flop. Big blind versus hijack. 2 king 6. Max very, very far behind, considering Giovanni is holding 2 of his 10s. So he's only drawing to some 9s. And that would have to be runner. Max checks it over. Giovanni puts in the c-bet, and Max can't really do much about that. Giovanni's going to take this one down after a long time of being quite card dead, quite quiet on the table. But yeah, finally finds a nice little spot, and he picks up some chips.
So as is raw and rugged in this place, you know, we've got to just accept the fact that every now and then I've got to pop out, do an exit interview with some of the players, maybe a little bit of a spoiler alert of what's coming up, but we all know players are going to get eliminated at this stage of the tournament. You know, just incredible to see the turnout. I think, especially looking at that, just walking across there now on the floor to that satellite side of the room. 3 tables going, people are excited,
wow,
people are ready, they're revving up for the megas. You know, maybe getting some of them, maybe stretching their legs a little bit, trying to warm up for the megas tonight. Great opportunity to get in cheap. You know, it's a free roll that I think it's only a 500 rand rebuy or something like that, which is just an incredible opportunity for the boys and the girls to come and play a little bit of poker. Some familiar faces seen there. Sean Butker making an appearance, and
sorry to interrupt, Nick, but yeah,
no,
we've
all
got
good.
a big hand happening here. Jacobus getting a little bit loose, opening Queen Jack offsuit under the gun to 2.5 big blinds. Anand Kumar is all in for 12 big blinds with ace queen suited, and he's running right into Max Davison here with ace king from the small blind against one of the biggest stacks at the table being Jacobus. So he's going for the isolation here. He's going to get it through Nico with jack 7 off, and Jacobus is quickly going to get out of the way with his queen jack off. So off to a flop. Anand is quite the underdog, drawing only to a queen and a couple of spades. So let's see a flop. Nunt is the player at risk, and he needs a lot of help here. 9, 7, 10, 1 spade. He's got 2 live queens and runner spades. 9 on the turn, pairs the board, gives him a little bit more equity here. And he finds the queen, he finds the double up. Once again, Max getting it in good, and unfortunately just getting rivered. So yeah, Anand gets the double up, he's up to 300k, Max is knocked down to 176,000. And at this point of the tournament, it must be a little bit frustrating if you're Max Davison here, getting rivered twice, getting it in good twice. He should be a chip leader at this point, considering those pots. But as part of the game, he doesn't look too phased about it, as you can see, smiling, laughing, shrugging it off. But yeah, no, it's just quite frustrating at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, Max is a super pro. I mean, let's be honest. Look at that stack. I mean, he's still sitting with an incredible amount of chips in front of him.
Not really. He's got 17 big blinds now, so it's getting a little bit short. After that, I mean, he just doubled up Anand there.
Yeah, I think again the graphics there might be displaying it incorrectly. I think he's sitting on just over 20 bigs there, but be that as it may, we'll confirm that later on in the show. But yeah, Max has been faced with adversity many a time.
Absolutely.
Let's be honest. The guy's a pro through and through. He's the way he's navigated this. One of the Alan Glover on the comments on the YouTube channel said Max is now sleeping, and it's it's not far from the truth. For Max, it's just ABC poker. He's doing his thing. If he gets unlucky, it's not going to change his style of play. It's not going to get him worked up.
Not.
He's just taking it as it comes along. Shout out has to go to Cameron Olsen for joining us. Well done on the stream, gents. Doing a great job. So,
thank you,
Cameron.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate the support, my boy. Nico Vickers here sitting with Queen Jack. Might look to get involved, but no, standard. Nico, discipline folds all day.
Yeah. Jakubas fancies a defend here with 5-3 suited in his big blind.
Kind of expected nowadays,
Yeah, no, of course. He will definitely defend his big blind unless there's some really weird action happening pre-flop. Either way, Anant is still good with his king high. He's also drawing to the nut straight. Nothing much in terms of equity for Jakubas here. Could turn some pairs and some straight draws, but yeah. Looks like he led that one out and he took it down.
Nico missing an opportunity here to get involved in a big pot. I think if he came along with his Queen Jack, he certainly wasn't folding easily on that flop.
Yeah, for sure. But I think Queen Jack is a bit of a marginal call given the pre-flop action.
Max just stretching the legs there a little bit between hands as he does. I must say, him and I get on well because a lot of the things I do, not on the poker side of things, because obviously he's way more successful than I am, but table demeanor-wise, he's just, if you need to get up and stretch, get up and stretch. There's no rule book saying that you can't, unless it's impeding another player's opportunity to play. I think, it just shows how calm and relaxed he is, and he's loving the moment, I think, as we said it early on, interesting heads up would be Max versus Niku or Max versus Jakubas. I think the dynamic between Jakubas and Max would be certainly unbalanced in the sense that Max has been faced with this position a lot more than Jakubas would have. But I think Jakubas' level of aggression going into hands is something special. Another heads up battle at the table that I'd love to see is good old friends Anant and Manesh. Both of whom have been long-term friends on the league, but more importantly, are two respectable gentlemen in the community. Good fun had both of them at all times. Manesh, thanks for inviting me for drinks yesterday during the broadcast, but unfortunately we've got a job to do here and just make sure we are on top form at all times for our viewers out there.
Yeah,
Chris,
100%.
welcome back from your short little break.
Thanks, just to add to what you're saying about standing up, I'm not a big fan of getting up from the table at all. It's not my favorite thing to do. For anybody that knows me, I do get up quite often because I can't really sit still. It was ADHD at its finest. But yeah, sorry, Nick, you were saying break was good. Room was filling up nicely. Just had a little walk around, see who's here. Titans arrived, so.
She's so excited to see Clayton.
He's such a good Sugi's here. I see he's playing the free roll. It's filling up amazingly.
Hello, Malcolm. Malcolm, hello. Just saying to one of the stalwarts in the community, Malcolm Hazel's just joining us here. I think he's just kind of done a rebuy, unfortunately, into the free roll. But I'm sure it'll bring him some sort of value going forward, and he wants to give himself the best shot at getting into that ultimate prize of the Mega Million seat tonight, which is super exciting.
Also,
Starting at 7 p.m. for those that are close by and want to join. 7 p.m. start. Don't be late. Don't miss out on the start of play.
Also got off the phone with old Wesley, old Totti from back home. He sends his regards, boys. But yeah, look at this action here. You're on 27k. Nico pocket sevens, 291,000 effective start of the hand. Throwing in those time banks. I mean, we're getting to the serious end of the tournament now, boys.
Yep.
Blinds going up in 12 minutes. And there's the jab. No, it's not a jab. Stab 3-bet. Oh, he has jab. Sorry. Apologies. Fixes Giovanni in the mark. See, again, that's where the ICM laddering kind of dynamic comes into play.
King Queen off here for Manesh in his big blind. Facing a raise and a 3-bet shove. Unfortunately, he just can't call that off. Action goes back over to Johan, who lets it go.
Gents, huge opportunity for us here, and you guys are all looking dapper on camera. Having the opportunity to see us on camera, which is great. Big shout out needs to go to Paul and Thomas and Benno, one of their director of business, should I say, a close friend of mine and a good participant in the poker community on a regular basis, has kindly sponsored us our outfits, and thanks for making us look so good, Mike.
Yeah.
I don't think we could have done it without you. You know, it's hard. I mean, Jamie's always looking good, always freshly cut, you know. Fitting nicely, and again, as we've said many a time, Chris and I are extremely jealous of the fact that he can button up his blazer while sitting down. But Chris, I think we've got the years of experience on him. I wouldn't take anything back that I've done with my life. Is anything you'd reconsider?
So much. so much. Paul, you know, if anybody knows me well, you know I've been through the wars of late. But you know what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And with that being said, I think I've got about 3 or 4 more lives left. So,
Yeah,
kicking,
you've tasted it, eh? You've tasted it for sure. So, but it's good to have you with us, Chris. Good to have you with us, Jamie, and to the viewers out there. Thanks for joining. You know, we want to give you that relaxed, comfortable feel, and but also delivering some good poker news and commentary to you. So please jump onto that YouTube channel, give us a couple of comments, subscribe, and like. And yeah, we will try and introduce you guys, show you guys what we're all about, show you what we're going through. As you can see, the view behind us is pretty spectacular. We will have a lot more live feed going through the weekend as we see it. You guys make the show, and at the end of the day, you know, we really upset about the fact that we can't get the audio right on the feature table, which we are working extremely hard behind the scenes to do, because the players at the end of this they're the actors. You know, they're the ones, the stars of the show. They are the celebrities, and yeah, we just want to see the best opportunity we can. And yeah, viewers out there, give us a shout out. We appreciate all the comments, whether they're good or bad. Doesn't really matter. It helps us work on things on our side as well.
Yep. So your curb is here, opening ace-9 suited in the cutoff. It folds around to a nunt in the big blind. He wakes up with ace-jack off suit. Off to a flop we go, and a nunt flops top pair, top kicker. Nothing much in terms of anything really here for your Quibus. No flush draws. Looks like he's cutting out a little bet here. Yep. Puts in 27k. And a nunt in line here to scoop up some more chips again, hey? Quickly checks the turn there. And Jacobus is really attacking this weakness, trying to represent a jack here. Unfortunately, it is Anand who has the jack along with the ace kicker. Also holding the ace of diamonds, which is quite notable on a 2-diamond flop. And he just rips it in. Jacobus going to get punished a little bit there, getting a little bit out of line, trying to turn his hand into a bluff. And Anand's going to take this one down. Up to 330k, 33, oh, not anymore. It's about 28 big blinds, I think. Jacobus down to 450k.
Yeah, Anand really navigating this field quite nicely here, finding that double up. We've had a question come through on the comments on YouTube about tomorrow's free roll. So yeah, huge opportunity, or should I say, mega satellite. 20 seats up for grab, gents. We've spoken about it over and over. The opportunities to jump in via satellites. You know, for me, having played a lot of satellites in the past, you know, it's huge. It's a huge opportunity. Get involved into certain tournaments. You know, in this case, we're looking at 20 seats. You know, it's an opportunity of a lifetime for certain players. You know, we spoke about it about Alan last year, who came second, spinning it up from an 800 rand satellite, getting nearly $1 million, if not more. I can't remember the figures, but I'll confirm that for later. Just an excellent opportunity. I mean, Chris, we can't speak more highly about it. And yeah,
it's
cool
it's
to
a
see.
magical opportunity. Yeah, it's an absolute magical opportunity, and pull in tomorrow. I mean, we will. It starts at 7 p.m. at the. Look, what is this room's designated name? Should I say?
Yeah, so for those of you coming into Times Square, the easiest way to get in is to actually access it through the Maslow, which is the hotel. Otherwise, you can go through the entrance foyer to the casino, and you'll go up the escalators to your left, past Jimmy's, and then through a set of doors which will take you into the conference center where we are at. And in terms of the structures for tomorrow, it is a free entry. It is starting at 7, and it's huge. It's a huge opportunity for guys to get involved and ladies to get involved. So, Charles, I hope that answers your question. Make sure you have your MVG card ready and available when you access the venue. They're going to ask you to register using that. Please don't bring cash down. You can swipe your card at the desk or load the cash up into your card at one of the friendly cashiers in front. So I hope that answers your question. But over to the action. Jamie, take it away.
Yeah, so Jacobus, again, being the active player that he is, he's opened up King Jack off, known as the bachelor hand for certain reasons. From the hijack, Johan made the call, defending his big blind with a7. He flops the ace, and Jacobus is drawing very thin here. He's going to need runner in order to take this pot down. I believe action went check, check. 5 of spades on the turn. Doesn't really change much. Johan leads out here, betting his ace, betting his range. I believe the graphics were a little bit laggy there. Action actually went check, check, and we see a queen of hearts on the river. Johan's ace is still good. He gets the check mark, and let's see how much value he can maybe get here, or how much he'll go for. Jacobus doesn't really have much to call him off with, but it is a good run out for his hand, for his position, for his range. Johan opts to pot it on the river, bombs it, and Jacobus can't really do much there other than fold and chip down. Unfortunately, he's gone from above 500,000 chips down to 360k. Quite a few unlucky hands for him in the last 30 minutes. Hasn't really been able to connect with the flop and to make the plays that he's been making for the rest of the previous part of the day.
Yeah, you know, he's so fun to watch at the table. He's also just a gent of a human being, cool guy, interesting stories to tell as well. Jakubus, we love having you on the feature table, and we wish you all the best of luck.
Action over to Nico here. Jack 5 off. Folds over to Jakubus for 3. Folds it. Giovanni. Still quite quiet in the hijack here. King 9 off. He's going to let that go. 6-3 suited for Manesh, who's very short. Less than 10 big blinds now for him. He needs to find something soon. So action folds round to Johan. Looks like we're going to have some blind on blind action. 6-9 suited. Chip leading the tournament here with 624,000 chips. Blinds have just gone up recently to 10,000, 15, 15. Johan makes a call. Max Devison checks his 10-8. Flop comes down. King, King 7, 2 spades. Action goes check, check. Brings a 4 of clubs on the turn. Max getting quite short here. Down to 10 big blinds. And yeah, looks like he's going to go for it. He's going to represent something here. And he gets a quick fold out of Johan.
Yeah, so familiar faces walking in here again. The likes of Gareth Khalil showing up. Love him. Good attitude. Fun guy to have around. Sheldon Grove still hasn't left the side of the ring. Nice to have a railbird that's that committed to it after having such long hours been put in last night. You know, shame push Sheldon went out early this morning. Or this afternoon, should I say, at the start of play. And yeah, big shout out to Greg there. Thanks to the stream chaps keeping us entertained. Guys, we're enjoying this. It's been fun for us. A learning curve.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bit of a balancing act, which is great. Yeah, and I think for me, you know, we appreciate this opportunity. A big shout out to MJPT for putting this performance on in terms of, you know, all the infrastructure they've put into this, and thanks to SunBet Poker Tour, they can make that possible. You know, the venue is Times Square. It's, for me, one of the better legs in terms of the entertainment value you get. There's so much to do. Chris and I often find ourselves wanting to stay after our commentary sessions, and Jamie's like, "Boys, we need our beauty sleep up here."
The voice of reason.
So Jamie, the voice of reason, saving me this morning this discomfort of leaving my blazer at home on the assumption that a certain provider would have organized my blazer for me from not Thomas and Benno or Twill, but another provider. Just got to go collect it this afternoon, which is going to be good fun to get into a new blazer suit. And yeah, gents, looking forward to it. Looking forward to the week ahead. You know, big competitions coming up. I think for me, the one that I'm probably more excited about in terms of coverage, in terms of chat, in terms of analysis, hearing Jamie's GTO going out there, would be the businessman versus businessman with the pros. You know, they're looking at trying to get as many of the businessmen and pros onto one table. So I think they're doing, as much as rumor has it, potentially a 10-seater final table so that the pairs can be together. I don't know. That sounds incredible, but also daunting. Something new, something different, you know? Chris, we spoke about it the other day.
Yes.
I'll put you on the spot here again.
Again.
And I don't want you to tell me your top two. I wanted you to tell me, if you're a businessman, what are you going to go look for in a poker player? You know, are you going to look at results only, or are you going to be, obviously bearing in mind, if you were a businessman, you wouldn't necessarily have the time to go research it. Although I don't think businessmen are going to get involved into this poker scene unless they were adamant that they knew what was going on and followed enough. How do you pick your pro?
Well, there's a couple of litigating factors. Again, first off, like I said yesterday, someone that our playing styles are very much similar. Our thought process are very similar. So when we do have a chance to converse, we can hand analysis breakdowns. We go down into very deep kind of diving conversations, breaking down, looking at how we could have done things differently, watching back the stream, going back and seeing if there's any leaks. Really go super in depth, as well as the caches that they've had, how their performance. I mean, it's always a thing, Um, there's so many litigating factors again. For me, those are the kind of two. Um, yeah, I don't know. There's not much more. I don't really think there's much more behind it. I mean, there's a lot of people who probably invite their mates, if that's the case. If not, then there's something different. But yeah, those would be the factors that I'd regard.
Nice, I like that. Clean, concise. You knew what you want. Jamie, how would you market yourself as a poker pro? Wanting to get yourself a backer, looking to go out there and expose yourself to that. Do you go to social media or do you just approach a friend that would put you into it? In what situation would you be most comfortable, should I say?
Well, I think as a young kind of hungry player, got a couple connections within the poker community, can ask around, kind of put myself out there and see if anyone's willing to help and just something along that nature I'd be quite comfortable with.
Nice.
Got some action here. Manesh is all in with 9-3 under the gun +1. I'm not sure if the graphics are correct there. He is very short.
The graphics is correct. So on his exit
into the
interview, we had a good laugh about this. But let's watch the action.
Yeah, let's not spoil it. Let's see. So Max getting it in good once again, 2-1 favorite to win this hand. Let's see if he can hopefully hold up for once. Poor guy has lost two crucial parts, being ahead in both times and getting rivered both times. So yeah,
the sad reality in the spot is you wouldn't want, or you don't necessarily always see the ace king losing, but you don't always see it winning because it isn't a made hand yet. So let's see what happens.
Manesh has 2 live cards, any 9, any 3, and he flops a 3. Let's see. 10 on the turn. And Max finds it for once. He pulls the river on someone else, for once today. Last night he did dish out a pretty sick bad beat, finding a 1-outer against David, boating up with his aces against David's ace kings full. But yeah, so Max is going to double up here, and I think it's a much needed. Well, he's not going to double up, but he's going to increase his stack up to 340,000. And yeah,
funny
Manesh is out here.
Funny
9-3.
interview.
Story.
I think we've got to take into account that at this stage, these guys have been playing 15 hours of poker. Manesh has a family. He only got home this morning at 3 o'clock. Had to do the school run at 6 o'clock this morning to get his kids there, and then back at it again this afternoon for another 4 hours of grind. Not easy. So these mistakes happen, and this is from somebody that's played the whole series, is a well-known face, a really likable guy, hardly a steps out of line in terms of his playing action on the table. He features a lot on final tables, and it can happen to the best of us. It's a slog. It's hours of thinking. It's hours of brain power, mathematics coming into it. And Chris, touching on the mathematical side of things, how did you adapt your game getting into poker, and what did you find? Were there any tricks that you used in terms of bringing in maths into the game? I know obviously Jamie's very like calculation and statistic orientated, not saying that you aren't, but I do know you as a person that you like to always try things differently. So, was there anything that you ever saw that helped you and got you?
Yeah, no, but like my thing is, I'm not the most smartest individual when it comes down to the mathematical side of things, right? So the simple formulas that you have, working out pot odds, working out implied odds, working out reverse implied odds, you know, stack to pot ratios, SPRs, ICMs, a whole. But you just dumb it down, simplify it, and absorb it how you can. If you try and look at all that information that's out there and try to just suck it all in at once, it's all not going to stick. Take it all in segments, find something that works for you. Simple formulas, as long as you remember how to work all these out, you'll be fine. Yes, it's going to take some practice. You're not just going to get it overnight, but it will come to fruition.
Nice, solid answer there. Shout out to Safras Khan on the on the group saying well done on the commentary, boys, repping the mother city, baby. You're lucky.
So, to bring you guys back to the action here, Max Davison opening up with King 6. And it just gets folded round. Giovanni can't really defend his big blind with Jack deuce off suit. And Max is going to take this one down. Notice him widening his ranges as a new player gets knocked out. We're down to 6 now, so I think Max is going to start coming alive over here. Playing with the advantage he has. He is rather short stacked. Not literally, because those stacks of ones are quite tall, but he does only have 20 big blinds. But yeah, keen to watch him play and pick some spots here as we're short-handed, 6-handed now.
Yeah, we're going to find that there's going to be a lot of movement happening now as those blinds go up. We just need to confirm for you the exact stack sizes. Sorry about that. And we can give you that in big blinds to give you a kind of representation to where the players are currently sitting, to what is the current level at the moment, so you can understand where they are, how many big blinds they have, sub 10, sub 15, sub 20, and that is predominantly a prolific impact on the decisions you make at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lovely opportunity in about, I think it's about 20 minutes. We'll see that we've going to go to a break for the players. We'll get a recount on all the stacks on the table so we can give the viewers the most accurate and feed them the most accurate information we can. I know, obviously, with one or two of the technical errors we've had today, which is part of live production, gents. Very true statement was said to us early on. We're not here to save lives. We live, we raw, we vulnerable, we do our thing. We get out there and loving life, spending the time with the two of you in the box. It's over to the action.
All right, yeah, so Max Davison opens up here. He raises to 2.5 big blinds from the hijack with a 7. Folded round to a nunt with 8s in the big blind, and he finds the defend. Flop came down, ace king 9, smashes Max's range. Looks like he's going to go for the c-bet. Opting for a rather small sizing, about 20,000.
Not getting a bit sticky and coming along, huh?
Yeah. Deuce of hearts on the turn, and unchecks it to Max. Now, surely Max here thinks his hand is good. Maybe he's targeting a king or some sort of 9. What do you think, Chris?
I do expect Max to size up here a little. It's 135 in pots. I'm probably looking at about 65%.
Yeah.
Gets it through.
Yeah, so it looks like Max did go for around 60% pot bet there. He didn't even have to finish cutting out the chips. Nunt let go of his 8s very quickly.
Yeah, 6 left. We're getting to the big money now. Anything can happen. As I said earlier, the blind levels themselves are getting rather big, and we're going to see some moves.
Absolutely.
Sasha, I'll be sure to mention that that Nick's V-neck is getting a bit deep for you, pal. Whenever he comes back, I'll give you a little shot, and he's just at the bottom there having a chat with a couple of guys, getting things going. But yeah, you're not wrong. That is a proper deep shirt V. To apologize to anybody that is not enjoying that.
So Max Davison back up to around 30 big blinds after taking down that previous pot. Ace 8 suited under the gun here. Puts a raise in. I think he said 35k. Action over to Nico. Just slowly bleeding out, not really finding many hands. He lets it go. 5-4 suited for your Kurbis. Knowing him, he likes to play those hands, but obviously not at this point in this tournament. And after losing a couple hands in a row, losing a lot of chips, he's down to sub 400k. Action folds all the way round to Johan on the big blind, 8-7 off. And he respects Max under the gun raise, he folds, and Max is going to take this one down.
Yeah,
Picking up
Max
40k, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shark in the water that smells blood. He's just going for it now, mate. He's, as you said, winding up his range. He's really putting the pressure on the Oaks.
Yeah.
And just taking basically their feet out from under them.
Yeah.
Really making it hard, twiddling them down till he has to get them to start shoving light. And then he'll pick them off one by one. Max Davison, ladies and gentlemen, masterclass in the works.
All right, off to the next hand. Nico under the gun, king 3 off. Sitting on less than 20 big blinds now. Unfortunately, coming into the day as a chip leader, I believe.
Yeah, these things can change so quickly. It's unfortunate, but he's still there. He's still got a shot. He's got chips in front of him, so anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Kurbis picking up Queen 9 suited on the hijack. Opts to put it back in the muck.
Queen 10 suited here for Giovanni in the cutoff.
We haven't heard much from him.
No, but I think this is finally a playable hand.
But he opts to the letter.
I bet. Tend to get ahead of myself sometimes.
It's all good, my man. It's all good. Right, Jan de Graaf also been quite quiet of late. 460,000 starting the hand effective. 9-7 offsuit in the small blind. Seven, 8 from Axe. To the flop we go. Ace deuce 3. Jamie, walk us through this, please, my good man.
Yeah, so it's just some blind on blind action here. Max Davison with 8-7 offsuit is dominated by the 9-7 offsuit of Johan de Graaf, our chip leader. Both of them are actually quite evenly stacked at the moment. Action goes check, check, and we find a jack of spades on the turn. Johan checking Max out, having a chat. Checks it over. Seems like Max put out a bet, and Johan's going to let this one go. Yeah, so we've just seen pot after pot go in Max's direction.
Yeah, cool opportunity there for me just to go out onto the floor, chat to a couple of stewards, old Howards out there. Sheldon came and asked me, he's like, how did we get this gig? And he says that Mark must have been a little bit worried about certain factors off of the tables, but we're here, we're enjoying it, we're having fun, and thanks to Mark and the SunBet Poker Tour and to MJPT for flying us up here and giving us this experience. Looking forward to connecting with a lot of the players, and yeah, Chris, we're looking good up here, bro. I must say, every time I see us on the cameras, very impersonable. I like it. Impressionable, should I say?
I hate seeing myself. It's the worst thing. It's the worst. That's why I try not like to look at it. So I'm just thinking, yeah, no. But it is what it is. Such is the nature of the beast. But we've got some action here, my good man. A 9 pocket threes, cut off, raising it to 40k. The kickoff. Ace 7 off on the button. Throws it into the muck. Queen 4, Mr. Devison. The course with Queen 4 throws it into the muck. So, Nick, I don't know if you had a look at Sasha's comment as of yet.
Oh, Sashin.
Yeah.
It's only you looking, mate. It's only you looking at it.
To be fair, Paul, as well, you can't really miss it. So I don't think he has a choice.
But it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good to know you guys have this live feed with us. So yeah, over to you, Chris. I've got to go report on some action on the D floor.
100%, bud. Giovanni, I don't know. He just hasn't seemed to find his feet as of yet. He seems looks like he's getting quite frustrated just from the look on his face. I mean, that's just my opinion at the end of the day. But yeah, he's hoping things turn around come the later end of this tournament. But over to Johan on the cutoff, reaching for some chips. See, we'll get an update on how much he made it shortly. Right, so Johan's made 42,000 to go. Yakuma's Jack 9 off on the big blind. Sends it back into the muck. We move on. I think the blind levels will be going up in just a few. So it's going to get even tighter for the guys that are sub 15, 20 big blinds. But yeah, valiant effort all around to the gentlemen that have been knocked out, unfortunately. Well done to the ones that are playing. Keep going. You know, you can see there's still smiles and all having a good time there. But we move on. Let's see what this hand brings. Maybe it's the one that does certain people in, some not. 10-6 UTG. Going to be folded. Johan with that back-to-back Queen 7. Up we go again on the hijack. Max sends it back. 42,000. Ace 8 for Nico. Nico is also, you know, lost a lot of chips throughout the day. Also really not found any form in regards to the cards. But Yaquibus, Ace 3 of hearts. Very defendable. He could even click back. Suits absolutely dominated. Let's see how he opts to play this. About 19 big blinds behind. All right, it's up to the fold. Giovanni Clitty, Jack 9. All right, on to the next hand we go. Mr. Gar is back in the booth. Max still chipping up there. All right, back to action. Undercraft gets it away over to Max. Jack 8 on the hijack. Nico picks up aces. Patience is paid off. Let's see how he opts to play this. He's got about 9 big blinds, 9.5 big blinds behind. King 4. That's going to be sent back.
As far as I understand it here, I don't know. It looks like the dealer was stretching for all-in chip there, so I'm not too sure. But we'll confirm it shortly. No, with an unt calling, it must definitely be a flat call. Interesting way to play this hand out.
4, 7 deuce, 2 diamonds. It's really not the worst flop for sixes either. But Nico's loving it. Goes check, check, over to Nico.
Cool, calm, and collected as always. Stretching for chips here. Looking at putting in what is more of a comfortable bet than anything. He doesn't want to let too many draws get there on the turn. So you'd rather put in a bet, make sure people understand he's gone for half of his stack, which basically signals to the rest of the table, I'm not folding under any conditions. So it'll be interesting to see what Anand does here.
I don't know. I mean, again, this is my opinion. I tend to kind of check back these boards, considering holding the ace of diamonds in my hand, where we could start removing a lot of the opening combos that would consist of ace X of diamonds from that. Just, hang the rope for the gents a little bit, especially if it goes check, 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 turn, jack, for example. Then it goes check, check, check. He leads half pot, call, brick river, check, bang, call, done and dusted. But again, yeah, she has 9 big blinds. As you can see there, Johan right at the top of 35. Max right behind him with 30. Around 20 bigs. Nico 19. Yeah, Quibber's 18. So yeah, anybody's game at the moment, mate. Anybody's game. Yep, let's leave it straight to Josh to stand right in front of my cameras. It's like, yeah, don't worry about me, guys. It's not like I exist.
Good old Joshy. One of the most incredible cameramen we've had to date. He's really, really is talented, a talented youngster. Found out today that him and I went to school together, apparently. Obviously not in the same era. As you can see, he's a lot younger and better. No, only 10. Don't be cheeky. Don't be cheeky.
He's told me that the secret to his steadiness holding the cameras are his tiny T-Rex arms. So I don't know how true that is, but I mean, look at him cruising. All right, back to the action, yeah. Queen 4, button goes to the muck. And that's Jack 3. Looks like he's just completed. What's the atmosphere like outside, Nick?
Yeah, quite vibey at the moment. The satellite's just gone on break, but everybody's excited. I think building up to the pinnacle of tonight's play is the Mega Million. Starting at 7 p.m., people are going to be rushing through after work. There's going to be a buzz and a hype in this room. Some people come through a little bit earlier, hoping to win their way in through a free roll satellite. Others just get in here early so that they can admire the action that's going on and support some of their friends around the table. We've had a couple of railbirds in and out throughout the day, which has been special to see. I know Nick's wife has been here pretty much all day, and I think she's gotten a bit of a break as well. But yeah, awesome to see, and yeah, really cool having everybody in the room today. Very familiar faces around the room, and a couple of new faces as well. Some that we are excited to see, some that we're excited to get to know. And get to know better, and hopefully invite a couple of faces, surprise faces, into the commentary box with us at some other stage here, Chris.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that looks like a non-all-in from Nicholas. Yeah. The dealer reached for the button, or the triangle, and Nicholas gave the finger, saying, no, no, no. 90,000 is the bet. Undercraft.
I mean, this is bizarre. I mean, surely this is a mistake here.
Hey, man, it works. He reached for a stack, put it in. Dealer thought he ripped the whole lot, and he was a sorry, Paul. I'm keeping some behind.
This is what I love about this. Like, he's so unpredictable.
I think it's been great to get him in here, to have a chat with us, to give the thought process behind that.
100%. I think I'll try and arrange that for us. Get him into the box. Get him under the grill. Get him firing, and yeah, we'll let you know.
Right. I don't think that's correct. He's just had ace-5 off the last time. This one goes into the mark if he did. 10-5. Giovanni really hasn't found any traction as of late, except for those jacks. It's been about it. Speaking of,
the jump out, the jumping jacks. As soon as you said them, there they are.
And
Just shaking his head at me like I should not leave my day job of commentary for for joking around and being a comedian. But that's it, folks, for the session. We are going to go on a 15-minute break, and we shall see you back here shortly. Times Square it is, and SunBet Poker Tour, all for the vibe. that? Yeah, you can cut us. Yeah, so getting back to it, thanks for that break. I've got Jamie McCarthy sitting with me here. Jamie, just take us through the stack sizes here now that they've been confirmed. We're looking at a relatively tough fight here. I mean, we've been seeing the action happening half an hour live ahead of time. Obviously, it's wild what's happening out there. So run us through the stacks there quickly.
Cool. So we've got in seat 1, I believe.
Still Nico Vickers.
1 sec. Yeah,
There we
Nico.
go.
He's got 245k on his left. Seat 2, 215k, which is Jacobus. Seat 3, 130k.
That's Giovanni
being
Kuti.
Giovanni.
Yeah. We'll help you along the way.
Well, thank you. Seat 6 is sitting on 320,000.
Yeah, that's Johan.
Seat 8, 485,000.
Sorry, correction. The previous one was Anant, and that's Johan. Yeah.
There
And
we
what
go.
is Max sitting on there?
Max is sitting on 580k, so he's chip leader at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I think again, his experience, recent cashes. I mean, yesterday we read out his performances. Over the last couple of months, and it's staggering just the form that he's finding, the positions that he's in. Calling it up here, since January. Okay, he's gone a first position, then in Marrakesh international tournament where he picked up a WSOPC ring.
Yeah,
coming first in that. In the same tournament structures, he came fourth in the opener. I mean, this is just staggering. These results. I mean, he's showing that he's a through and through pro. He loves living in South Africa. It must be nice to have the pound rand exchange rate. So bringing back those dollars from overseas, he's doing pretty well for himself. Over to the action now on Max.
Yeah, so Max is opening up here with Jack 3 suited from the cutoff. I think it's quite a standard open now. Now that we're six-handed and Max is chip leader, he needs to start applying some pressure. Giovanni goes for the all-in, 3-bet all-inning from the big blind. He's got ace-3 off suit. And Giovanni quite short now, sitting on about 8 big blinds. So Max is going to make a snap call here. Flips over the Jack 3 suited, dominated by the ace-3 offsuit of Giovanni. Giovanni a 2-1 favorite to win this hand. Off to a flop we go. 7-9 king, 2 hearts. Turn brings the 8 of spades. This is an action card. This is crazy.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And he finds it. I mean, we were literally coming out of the break talking about form. And just shows you, I mean, to snap call off Jack 3 there, yes, he has a stack size. I mean, is it loose play? I don't think so.
I think it's a little bit arguable there, but for 8 big blinds, to be able to knock a player out, to ladder up in cash, and he's got the chips to do it, and I think, quite frankly, he also has a skill edge on the table at the moment to start playing a little bit more like this and to really open up and try and make a mark here. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. It's good to see him having a deep run. Tough spot there for Giovanni, been grinding a solid tournament so far. Very unlucky there. And yeah.
All right. Nick is heading off for a bit, so it's just going to be me. Action on Johan here, 7-3 off suit, he folds. Max Davison folds, and ace-king here for Nico in the cutoff. Sitting on about 12 big blinds. He's going to raise this one up. He makes it 45k to go. Jacobus gets out the way. Ace 10 for Anant in the big blind. Also quite short here with about 14 big blinds. So yeah, looks like he's cutting out some 3-betting chips. Makes 110k. Straight into the ace king of Nico because I think he's going to snap this one off, and yeah, in it goes. All in. It's about 125k more for Anant to call. He does cover Nico at this point in time. It's an interesting one here. Not sure if you can find the fold. Welcome back, Chris. We've
Hey,
got an
bud.
all-in situation here.
How many
So
are we down to?
we're down to 5, I think. Giovanni Clutter just got knocked out. Max Davison delivering a little bit of a cooler, beating him with Jack 3 suited versus Ace 3 off suit. So it looks like Anant is just going to let this Ace 10 go, and Nico's going to pick up a nice big 3-bet pot here.
Yeah, we're dwindling down to the serious end of this tournament. 160k plus up top.
Yeah, and I think this is just where Max Davison is going to come alive. I think he's going to take the reins on this final table, and I think he's really going to show us a masterclass of how a pro should do it. Top 5, lot of pressure on these players, especially the shorter stacks. It's difficult to navigate, and I don't think Max is going to make their time any easier.
Oh no, of course not, mate. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah. Folds around to Jacobus, 10-9 off suit. Very short now, unfortunately for Jacobus, suffering a couple losses back to back. Anant with about 20 big blinds. He's going to rip it in here with ace 9. And Johan just can't defend.
There's a quick look at the chip counts. Equivalent's at the bottom there with 8 bigs. Max at the top with 38. Johan coming in second, 22 big blinds, 445,000. And Nico and Anand bringing up the middle, 18 and 11 respectively.
Yeah, so absolutely, I think it is crunch time at the moment. These guys are getting short, blinds are going up. And yeah, these guys are going to have to find some spots really soon, or else they're going to blind out.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to blind out
No.
this deep in the tournament. But, all seasoned pros in their own right. They've all made it to final tables before. So let's see what they come up with. Corbus. Ace 8. I think this could all be it.
Yeah, I don't see why not. He's sitting on about 8 big blinds. Pretty standard
And
shove
ace
here, I
5
think.
of diamonds. 165 to call.
Yeah, so I think ace 5 of diamonds here on the flip side is a good hand to rip it in with, but not to be calling off a shove.
Looks like he gets that one through. All right, so we on to the next one. Off we go. 105. That's the hand number for the day. Corbus Queen Jack UTG.
And with only
See what
10
he
big
opts to
blinds here, or almost 11 big blinds, Chris, what do you think the optimal play here to make with Queen Jack suited is? Under the gun, it's a little bit of a tricky spot. Do you think it's a raise fold or?
Yeah, I mean, put it in, spit it up.
Yeah, can't blame him.
Just got to get through the blinds.
Five two for Nico. Absolutely cannot call this one off. Yakubus is going to take this one down, picking up some blinds. 50k in chips, 2.5 big blinds. It's a meaningful amount to his stack. I think he just increased his stack by a good 20%.
Yeah, Nico's looking like he needs a little bit of help there. He's coming around onto the big blind now. Blind and antes are all going to play a massive effect as well. One big blind, one anti for 50. At the blind level we are, it's gonna be a severe chunk out of his stack. So he needs to look for a spot soon.
Yeah.
All right, another King 5 UTG. Also approaching that sub 10.
Yeah, like I said, it's getting to crunch time at the moment. Ace 10 here.
Ace 10
Yeah.
with a cutoff here for Johan. 21 and a half bigs. Let's see how he opts to play it. Makes it 55 to go over to Mr. Dempson. Jack 10.
And now being in position here, Max being the chip leader as well, I think he can definitely call and see a flop here.
100%. 100%. I mean, you look at your 3-bet sizing if need. Oh, Max
Wow.
just ends up ripping it. Queen 7 for the guys going. It's the muck. Corbus 9-6.
Flying.
What is Johan going to do here? I mean, blocking pocket tens, blocking aces, blocking ace queen, blocking ace king. All these thoughts go through his mind. Deliberating.
Tossing in a time bank there. All into call, so his tournament life is on the line here. It's a massive decision for him. Top 5, money laddering increases exponentially from here on out. And he finds a fold. Max Davison putting maximum pressure. Rightfully so, being the chip leader. Absolute masterclass.
Right, there's a quick give some winnings thus far since the table has started. See, making the most profitable jump, should be saved, 306,000. Max Davison adding 217,500 to his tank.
Yeah, so Max hasn't had an easy journey getting here to being the top, to being the chip leader. He did suffer some bad beats earlier. It was down to sub 10 big blinds, and he spun it up really efficiently. Played well, and he picked his spots. And yeah, with the chip lead now, he's looking quite promising to take this one all the way.
Let's see what he does here with the 8s in the cutoff, though. Dealer got a bit over eager there, reaching for that all-in chip. But Max is amazing. 40, King 7 for Yakubus.
Yakubus sitting now with almost 11 big blinds. Let it go. Anant makes the call, defending his big blind. Flop comes King 6 King, 2 hearts.
Yakubus must be kicking himself now.
Yeah.
Don't think of it that way, though. It's he's in that race mold spot at the moment. And he didn't think it was good enough. Max getting 70,000 more added to his stack.
Yeah, and he just keeps soldiering along, winning pot after pot, back to back.
Right, off we go. Max first to speak.
Sitting on almost 900,000 chips here, 1 or 2 pots away from crossing over that 1 million chip mark. Looks like he puts in the raise.
If it's not.
And Max just really widening his range a lot, applying as much pressure as he can. Jacob is here, waking up with kings. He's shipping it all in for 10 big blinds.
And he gets through. Yeah, Jamie, so that satellite's still going, still about 6 tables by the looks of it. And
Wow.
they are all playing for a seat into the Mega Million tonight, which is kicking off in about an hour and 20 minutes. There's still, I think there's still a bit of late reg available for the satellites. So if you'd like to come down to Times Square and try and spin it up for yourself to win a seat into the Mega Millions, by all means, come join us. Come have a chat. Love to see you.
All right, so off to the next hand here. Nico under the gun, king 8 suited.
Gets away from that. Ace 8 for Anand. Puts the lots in. Johan gets rid of Queen 7. Over to Max. He folds. Open folds there.
Picked up a big stack of those 5,000s, made as if he was going to call, but it was just a joke. Yeah, at 7 deuce. Definitely can't call off with 7 deuce in that position. Actually, probably never. But either way, Anand's going to take that one down, chop up a little bit.
About 20 minutes, yeah. Right,
Action
shooting
on.
back at it. Yeah, Queen 8 and on. The way. Johan King 7.
I think this is quite a standard open. With Max being on your left, though, it is quite troublesome.
He does. He just rips the
Yeah.
lot. Max Deverson. Looks like he's got a bit of a decision to make. Johan ship is not the smallest there. It's basically the two chip leaders at the table, first and second, going at each other, yeah?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still only 15 big blinds, I think.
And Max got Queen King, and he calls. Johan is going to absolutely hate those spots. Max 3-1 favorite. 700k in the middle. Let's see what happens.
Off to a flop we go.
Deuce, a jack 3, 2 spades. Johan still picks a 47% equity nut. Queen on the turn. Back to a 4-1 favorite Max is. Onto the river, 5 of clubs. Unlucky, Johan. GG, well played. Max Davison scoops another pot. And we are down to 4. Jamie, how much did Johan make for his valiant effort today?
Yeah, so out in 5th place, he's walking home with 32,760 Rand.
Not a bad day at the office. So with that being said, what's next? Talk to us about ladders.
Next up, this is where pay jumps start increasing exponentially. We're going up to 43k for 4th, 63 for 3rd, and then 102 for 2nd, 165 for 1st place.
All right, so quite significant jumps. It's a 20k
Yeah.
jump between 4th and 3rd. And Max, with an overwhelming chip lead, is going to do nothing but just apply all that pressure.
Absolutely. Action on Max here, 10-9 offsuit, in position, four-handed. 1.2 million chips.
Puts the lot in.
And he just rips it.
Let it go. 16.5 bigs, A7 off. It's the muck. Corbus Queen 3.
And Max
Last 3
takes another
today.
one down. Yeah, and I really think it's plays like that that separate top-notch professionals from the rest, and just knowing when to apply the pressure.
Yeah,
There
I
we
mean,
go.
we're going to
Yeah.
see Max just opening the floodgates. He's just going to apply all the pressure in the world because he knows that the ICM implementations are huge.
Yeah. I
Ready for
mean,
people to the
being any one of these other three guys is absolutely just really, really difficult to play against this. Like, how do you play back? How do you push back when Max is just ripping it in your face? You know, you have an ace, A7 in the small blind, 4th place, money jumps are huge. Like, what do you do, you know?
Yeah, so it's difficult. I mean, you're going to eventually have to make a stand sometime. You
Yeah.
just hope the time when you do it, it all works out.
Yeah, I think that's all it comes down to, eh?
Right, Max opening up to 40k, mid-clicking under the gun, and on 10-7 of hearts. And he's called Ace-5 deuce, 2 spades. Max continuing. Should be to a smallish size. 25k gets the job done.
And I mean, he's just winning pot after pot after pot.
Bulldozer, huh? Absolutely bulldozing through everybody.
You can see Max's VPIP has gone through the roof. He's sitting on 37% VPIP. For those of you who don't know what it means, it's basically just the voluntarily money that he puts in the pot, how many hands he's opening with, how many hands he's playing. So basically he's playing 37% of all the hands he's being dealt at the moment, which is quite a big amount. Usually, if you want to look at it from like a GTO perspective, if you're opening according to strict GTO ranges from every position, your VPIP is going to be around 15 to 20%.
Oh, for sure, but you see that the dynamics are different completely now, especially short-handed. So
Yeah, no,
Max is
exactly.
going to be widening those ranges completely and trying to take out the title.
Yeah,
He stands a very
yeah.
good chance, but again, it just takes one of the other gentlemen to find a double and another double, and we're right back in it.
I mean, Max finding pocket nines here on the big blind is starting to look a little bit unfair. You know, he's just running hard, playing well.
Those
He takes
towers
another
of
one
law,
down. Yeah.
Right. Corbus under the gun. Four-handed. That's if it is what it is. 6 deuce. It's going against the muck. Yep, by the looks of it. 7-8. Queen Jack. There it comes. I've got a feeling it's going to send the whole lot in you.
Yep.
Yep.
Ugh, and into 7 deuce. That's just gross.
Nico's like, why me?
Like,
Goes to 70s. Yeah, the players are slowly starting to come in and register for the Mega Million. Satellite's still running. Yeah, it's going to be quite an evening of poker, that I tell you. If you even want to, if you're not really keen to come and give it a spin up, pull in, come watch. There's a nice little viewing section around the final or the feature table. Should I say, nice little lounge. Come have a drink. Come have a look and come support your mates if you've got any playing. And if not, if you're keen to learn, it's a great place to come and pick up free info.
so
not
not
under the gun, ace 9. There you go.
almost. He
The lot.
says.
Ace deuce, Max Davison. Max tosses that one away.
Yeah, so I think
Nico, Queen 9.
Max has taken note of Anant's ships that he's done. Most of them that come to showdown, Anant always has a ace 9 plus kind of holding, and Max with ace deuce there wisely lets that one go. Anant will take this one down and chip up a little bit.
Max under the gun.
Jack 10.
See what happens here. Well, the cards are not even out yet.
I can tell you what's going to happen. He's probably just going to open and it's going to fold round to him and he's going to win another pot.
Could be the case. Only time will tell, my good man. But on to the next hand we go. Cards will be out shortly. There we go.
Yep, so Max going for quite a large raise here, about 10 big blinds, pretty much putting everyone else at the table all in. Anand ace-8 suited. And he folds. Max takes this one down. It's got the absolutely overwhelming chip lead at the moment. And I mean, knocking him down from this point is going to be a task, and it's going to be almost impossible, I think.
Cool. And then we're going to...
Action here on Nico, ace 4, 10 big blinds. Folds around to Anand. 3 deuce suited. He lets it go. Max Davison shows the king jack suited from the big blind. And this is just ridiculous. Just comparing those relative stack sizes, it's just insane. Max, I'm not sure what percentage of chips he has in play, but it looks like a good 80%.
Yeah, no, it's actually
ridiculous.
Quite ridiculous, mate. But again, like we're not at anybody's game, huh?
Yep.
All right, let's go. Corbus having a look. Folds there. King 9, Anant. Will he ask the question?
I mean, with 7 big blinds here, it's time to take a stand, I think, you know. Yep, there we go. Sticks it in.
Puts the lot.
Max is out of the way.
I think they would probably get rid of this now as well. Jack 2,
yeah.
But wide for him to come snapping off there.
So Nand is picking these spots. He's shipping it when he should, I believe. And getting it through most of the time.
Right, so Max on the button. I'm not to speak first. Off we go. Do we see the double-handed chip pump from Max here?
Let's have a look, Chris. Yep, there we
Oh, he goes
go.
for the single.
That's all he needs now. Hey, a single hand raise is all he needs because he covers everyone else.
Big 6 for Jacobus here. All has a call, 145 behind. Max applying all that pressure, as he should be, the chip leader.
And what a difficult call to make there with King High.
Yeah, but these blinds and antis that Max are picking up is really putting a
Yep.
dent into the other players. Really taking advantage of his kind of chip dominance, if you want to call it that. And
Yeah, so I think at this point in the tournament, Max is obviously going to run away with the win. But the question now is third, second, and fourth payouts. The difference is massive. All three players are short, so I think they just kind of trying to outlast everyone else. You know, there's no need to get your chips in at risk. You're not going to win the tournament anymore. But it's a matter of kind of just laddering up. There's a big difference between the payouts between fourth and second.
Exactly that, 20k. I mean, between fourth and third, and then an even more significant jump. Ace deuce for Nico. Puts the lots in.
Yeah.
Ace 9 for Jacobus.
And the look on his face says it all.
Asking how much it is. For me, I'd be snapping off here instantly, knowing how wide he would be shoving on the big blind. I mean, sorry, the button. But again,
that's all from a theoretical point of view.
Yeah, we're not in game with them. We don't know what the dynamics are. Anything can change at any moment. Thought processes. As you can see, Columbus is deep in the tank trying to work this out. 2 time banks being used.
Yeah, and I think at this point, if you're not extremely well studied in ICM, it's really tough to find these spots and to make these calls.
100%, buddy. Pressure is immense. He opts for the latter, throws it away.
Yeah, hoping
Well
to
done.
ladder up potentially.
Nico picking up another 50,000 to add to his stack. Right, Nico's going to be UTG.
So Nico, Queen 8 suited under the gun. Still sitting on 11 big blinds. Not getting involved when he doesn't have to. Yeah.
Ace 5. Got to get it in there. Max Emerson snaps his head off. Ace 7.
Oh, Ace 7.
Wow.
Unfortunate Jacobus.
Max is a 3-1 favorite here. See what happens. 3 to come. King 3, 8, 2 diamonds. Jacobus holding that ace of diamonds. Could turn some equity. See what the turn brings. Oh, 7 of diamonds. Oh. Wow. He does find that equity and the jack of hearts on the river. That's good game, Jacobus. been an absolute pleasure, sir. Well played, and you should be extremely proud with your performance.
Yeah, I mean, Jacobus has absolutely been on form. He's been cashing in all these events. Did really well in December at Grand West. And yeah, I'm very pleased to see this performance from him. Fourth place, I think he got a little unlucky here. Would have been nicer to squeak up the ladder a little bit more. He was playing well. But yeah, nonetheless, fourth place. Brilliant result, and congratulations, Jacobus.
Taking 43k for his efforts, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice. And then there were three, one of which has about 95% of the chips in play.
Alrighty, 300, 60k locked up. Off we go. Nick are going to be in the big. Beans, allowed first to act, 300. Gets away. Over to Max. 10 dues for Max. You're going to apply that pressure again.
Scoping out Nico's stack.
9-4. Wow.
So, Chris, do you think shoving here with 10 high is a little over aggressive, or is he applying just the right amount of pressure?
Oh, no, but he's not going to take his foot off the gas anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, knowing that at worst case, he's going to be 60-40.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at that, 83 bigs to 8 and 7 big blinds.
Unbelievable. 40,000 Rand difference between second and third here. So
heaps. Absolute heaps. There we go. Look at that. 1.05 million.
Oh,
Max is
Max with the ace on the button.
Yeah,
That's just going straight in. Absolute just masterclass. I mean, yeah. It's insane.
Pocket nines.
Oh.
I think this is going in.
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this if you Nico right now.
Having a little think.
Puts the time bank in. I think this is just a snap call, you know, I mean.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%
the
sure.
money in faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just these payout implications between second and third. It's
massive. It's absolutely
it's
massive.
a lot of money. It's a lot to think. I mean, there's a world where he folds these nines and none gets set up and he goes out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look at there's one big blind difference
Yeah.
between the two. So yeah,
But I mean,
ICM at its finest.
Exactly. Such a complicated and advanced topic in the game of poker.
Let's see what he does. Yeah, I think he's almost there. He looks like he's in a world of pain trying to make up his
It's a
mind.
little bit sick.
And he makes
Yeah.
the call, flips the one in.
There we go.
He's 8 for Anand. I do think if he actually had to find the ball, then Anand might have actually made the call there. But yeah, chance for a ladder, nines versus ace deuce, 3 to come. Six, 10, deuce.
Oh.
Max has got 5 outs twice. Turns the 3. River. Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh no. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Man is on form. Wow.
Oh, that is
that
just
being
crazy.
said, ladies and gentlemen, we are heads up. Jamie, what's Nico taking home today?
Let me pull it up for you. I think it's 63,950 Rand.
Well done, sir. You should be very proud of yourself. Great efforts.
Yeah, well played, well played.
Yeah, solid effort by Niku there. I did his exit interview, and I can tell you, absolutely brutal. Like, no two ways about it. He found the form of Max Davison is just unbelievable on this final table. You know, but again, guys, this what are we talking about here? I mean, this man has the most incredible record of the last couple of months, and it's just staggering to see. And true as form, that's what it is. He's on form, like that hand with the Jack 3 versus the Ace 3 early on against Giovanni. It's brutal, you know? And there's no two ways about it. He is showing incredible ability. And yeah, anyway, over to the action.
Yeah, so
looks like that.
Nan's going to find the
actually
double
just
up here.
flipping.
Yeah,
Eh?
just cutting
I mean,
right
the
to the
Nan
chase.
Yeah, he finds five doubles in a row. He's back in it. It could be all night, folks. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it would be great entertainment. But to find 5 doubles, Nick, you know, you got to
No.
split it up.
Chances are slim, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know Nun's play. I know the way he goes. You know, the reason why they're both standing here is it's pure it's pure case of exactly like you guys said. And Nunt knows. Look at the stack size, the back size in front of him.
Yeah.
You know, it's a literal mountain to climb. The typical David and Goliath scenario. But there's a Nunt sitting opposite this man. I mean, you've just watched him eliminate somebody with ace deuce versus nines, and you river a deuce. It's not like he rivered the ace or he flopped the ace. He flopped the deuce and he rivered a deuce. I mean, where was my form when I needed it like this, going into certain spots? You know,
100%. Oh wow, look at this.
Wow, flops a flush.
Money goes in again. Flush versus second pair.
Max is going to need runner to both
Oh,
up
wow.
here. No, this...
Okay, Nick, if that had to happen, I'm going to play back home, mate. I mean, just give Max Davison every trophy, if that was the case.
Yeah.
I must say, for us, this is amazing because like we've got this high energy in here now because it's these two finalists on this table, but it's just the most absolutely bizarre things to see. I mean, oh man, it is special, absolutely special.
Yeah, so Nan finding 2 back-to-back double ups, quadrupling his stack. I believe he should be on around 400-ish K by now, maybe even bigger, 600.
Finds 2 more, folks. We're in for a battle. A7, yeah.
Oh.
I think all
Yeah,
the money's
Nan's up
going
to
in.
400K.
Over to Max. Jack 5.
And Max is just trying to finish it off here. Yeah.
Gets rid of that one.
You know, Max has to be aware at this stage. You know, being the pro that he is, he's blissfully aware of the fact that another double up to 90 starts taking it into danger.
It's dangerous.
Time. Yeah. So you know, he's definitely going to play it a little bit more cautiously, I reckon. I mean, the man's halftime on his phone, just chilling, you know, taking it all in. And
but I mean, he has the luxury of choosing these spots with his massive chip lead. He doesn't have to get his chips in if he doesn't want to.
Alrighty,
so he's going to wait. He's going to wait for a good spot.
Just completing. Over to Nan. Looks like he's checked his option. Jack 8. Max scooping that one. So it went from 98 bigs to 5. Now it's gone from 77 to 21. One more double, like you said. He's right back in it.
Yeah, they'll be pretty even after that.
I mean, it all started with that heads-up flip. And, I mean, ace 3, here we go. Not just calls. King 9 for Max Davison. Checks an option. Ace Jack 8, 2 hearts. Check, 10, the 2 deuce of diamonds. Interesting line here. 9 of the river. And just as the snap call. Oh no, it looks like he's raised it up actually. Sorry. Max, get out the way. fight is on, boys. The gloves are up.
Aggression frequency. Synonymous with VPIP, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, very much so. King 5 on the button, yeah. Look at that. There's a little bit of hope there.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage for me, it's like watching clockwork unfold. Max is proper in the zone. The fact that he is taking those little breaks in between hands, chatting to people. Mr. Popular over there is getting all the feeds in, and he's probably enjoying it. He's one that does relish the camaraderie. He enjoys people's support to him all the time. Pretty much a nothing hand here, really. But
I'm just
again,
gonna call it off with the guy.
having the form on his side, he's like, no betting action took place throughout the hand. Anant betting the river. King high in his mind, he's good to go. He makes the call.
Yeah,
obviously is good. Like
Yeah, I mean, heads up. Sorry to interrupt. Heads up is another animal, huh? You can grind for hours and hours and hours, and come heads up, you can fall short very quickly. But sorry, Nick, you were saying.
Yeah, no, it's just it's madness to see just I guess he's one of the best poker pros we have in South Africa at the moment, and we're so grateful to be able to commentate on this. To the people supporting us on YouTube, a couple of messages have come through from Riyad Slamang saying wow to the hand that happened a couple of hands ago against Niku. And then Simon Paul, yeah, new commentators in the box. Gary and Mark have been replaced by these three young gentlemen up here. So we hope to build your confidence and in us over the years to come. If we get re-invited back here again, hopefully we do.
Let's just sorry to interrupt there quickly. 693 Max has just put out a nice bet. Was raised up to 80,000 after the 30,000 bet, and he gets it through.
Tens here for Max on the button.
Right. Let's see what he opts to do here.
Yeah, he's just gonna call.
Ace Queen 9, 2 diamonds. Max checks. 3 diamonds on the turn.
Oh.
Check, check. 4 spades, changes nothing. Max probably going to put some money in here. Must figure he has the best hand.
40k bet 2/3. And Ant's gonna make the
Gonna hit
call
the
with his pair
values.
of threes. And yeah,
13 bigs or 13 and a half bigs on has now after his hand.
yeah, so Max slowly making progress back to where this heads up bout started.
Go for an animal like I said, huh? Opting to just to flat the button with his tens.
Yep.
I mean, regardless of an unshipped, he's never folding. But in this instance, when check, got the max value out of it. Cannot really complain. All right, to the next. King 7 completes. Max checks.
Right off to flop, Jack 9-4. Nothing for either player. Ace of spades on the turn.
Max. Check it back. Queen on the river. Reaching for some chips. And a fold. Yeah, we haven't really seen much aggression from both gentlemen on this heads-up play. It's very passive currently, not much opening, three betting. Besides obviously the flips.
I mean, this is just like the lion just waiting for that moment, and just to pounce. It's it's quite special to watch. I mean, if you watch Max's face expression, it never changes. And when he's trying to suss out your stack, it's quite intimidating. Like, he's checking you out across the table, summing you up. Does he have the size and range here to take you down? I mean, this man is through and through the spirit animal of a lion going at it here.
230,000 is the bet. Really putting the pressure on you with King 5, and that gets out the way.
Yeah, and I think that's quite important for him to shove from that position when Anand is on the big blind. He's already got 40,000 in chips in the big blind with his ante, and I mean, you're not really calling off with anything unless you have a strong made hand or a decent primo. So, yeah, Max is going to take that one down.
And you actually see here, leading into this, this is in essence is a 60k heads up battle.
Yeah.
First prize 165,000, second prize 100,000. These guys are going at it because, Anant initially flipped it because, let's be realistic. What are the chances that you have when you've only got 3 big blinds? You got to get it in. And he found it. He got lucky. He got a couple of spots, and now he's sitting there going like, all I need is one more double up, and I'm in with a shout. Because then Max's decision making is under a little bit more pressure. Not that Max really shows it, but again, that's why all of a sudden both players are seated. The cell phone is staying in Max's pocket a lot more. So interesting dynamics and. Really cool to watch for us as commentators because the hands are going quickly. Both players are pretty definitive in their decision making.
All right, here we
and
go.
We have an all in and a call.
King 3 versus Queen 9 off. See what happens. Jack 10 7 2 clubs. Max still out in front.
That is a lot of outs. Oh, wow.
Might find the double.
Guys, this is exactly what we were talking about. This sort of positioning. Now all of a sudden, Max's decision making, he's dropping down to just over 1 million. Anant is going up to about just over 900k. Now, one wrong move for Max on Max's part, and he loses all of his hard work that he's put in here.
Yeah.
So, as as we can see, his body language doesn't really show the fact that there's been a massive swing and change. But yeah, I mean, again, this is been an incredible heads-up match, and look forward to seeing where this one goes from here.
What an incredible final table, should I say? There's been so many interesting hands, and just watching these two, like you said, battle it out. It's going to be tough, but anything is possible.
Shout out the in between hands to Trish Samuel, amazing commentary team. Nick doing an amazing job. Well done, guys. And to you guys, thank you. It's been such an adventure journey so far. And guys, this is our first tournament. I mean, we've still got countless tournaments to go, and it's going to be epic. Really looking forward to it.
All right, let's go to the flop here. Queen 9 6 2 clubs.
King of clubs on the turn. And we're not quite sure what Max is playing right at this moment. Went for the shove, snap fold.
Just the motion
Yep.
itself. It's my
Yeah.
volumes. One wrong move there, and Max's towers can go crumbling down, eh? And on pocket fives. First to speak. He might just opt to put the lots in here. He does.
Yep.
Over to Max. A7, and that is it. The money is in. Fives versus A7.
Max is slight underdog here, but he has 2 live overcards. And we're off to the races. Max
Jack
looking
6-3.
Max looking to find an ace or a 7 to seal the deal here. 9 on the turn.
No help to anyone.
Oh.
Jack.
And another double up here for a nunt. This is insane. Almost equal in chips at this point.
Yeah, you know, at this point in time, it becomes a 1.5 million decision every time, you know, and a 60k swing. I mean, this is this is the pinnacle of a grind and a slog of a tournament that we've been following since day one, and it's been manic. I mean, it's cool to see. Anant also had a topsy-turvy day to a certain extent, but even in those positions, he's kept a cool head to get himself heads up with Max Davison, who is I'm even tempted to go and call him Devastating Davison from now on, because it's mad the form the man's had.
Right, so Max picking up some 7s here. And I mean, these chip stacks are almost even. Max. Oh no.
7 versus 8, yeah.
And Anant's just announced all in.
And I mean, this is just brutal for Max. He hasn't won a single flip this whole heads-up bout. And he makes the
making
call.
the call and the cards on the back. Woo!
Sees the bad news. He's a 4-1 dog. And I mean, this pretty much is just a summary. It just sums up so far what has happened on this. Okay, Max flops the boat.
6 on the turn, 2 8s once, 2 8s, 2 queens, done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Max Davison, finally does it. He's the Little Slam, oh no, Little Slam. Welcome to Pretoria champion. Keep on doing that. Well done, Max Davison.
And I mean, you know, guys,
Anant.
Yeah, well done to Anant for holding as strong as he did there, you know. And Max won the Cape Town Welcome to Cape Town. He's now won the Welcome to Pretoria. It's incredible form, but more importantly, great way for him to start off and to continue his form. And we look forward to seeing him for the rest of the tournaments. That's it from us for now, folks. We'll join later on for the multi mega millionaire. Hope to see you guys there.